Chapter 2747. Whoosh whoosh. At that moment, the space behind Lin Xian's voice suddenly split open, and a figure appeared. It was Gu Tianqi. The void spear in his hand pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Get lost. Lin Xian slapped the void spear with his palm. However, Gu Tianqi did not resist at all. His figure flickered and disappeared again. Lin Xian's palm directly shattered the space behind him, but no one appeared. The surrounding experts were shocked. The spatial technique was too terrifying, surpassing any movement technique. No one knew where he would appear in the next moment. It was impossible to guard against, and there was no way to chase after him. That's right, this was practically an invincible position. Advantageous to the innate invincibility. Too naive. Did you really think I wouldn't notice you? As he spoke, Lin Xian formed a sword qi in his hand and stabbed towards the left. The sword qi turned into a dragon that was 100 feet long and directly shattered the space. With a whoosh, a figure was knocked out. The person who was knocked out was Gu Tianqi. His face was blank, and he stood there in a daze. The surrounding people were also stunned. The people of the Gu family screamed. Damn it, that's impossible. Gu Santong, who was fighting in the distance, smiled bitterly when he saw this scene. Nothing was impossible. Lin Xian's ocular technique was unparalleled and terrifying. He could see through everything. He shook his head and ignored it. After all, Gu Tianqi was not of their bloodline. He was knocked out. Gu Tianqi was knocked out. Had his void technique been broken? Heavens, how did Lin Xian do it? Exclamations of surprise were heard. Gu Tianqi also came back to his senses. His face was full of shock. He roared crazily, damn it. That's impossible. I don't believe it. You guessed it. You must have guessed it. As he spoke, he disappeared again and merged into the void. Humph, you're lying to yourself. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stood in the void without moving. His clothes fluttered and his black hair danced wildly as he stood there quietly. Suddenly, he attacked again. This time, it was right in front of them. Boom! Gu Tianqi was blasted out again. This time, he was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Again. He went crazy and turned invisible again. But then, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. When Gu Tianqi was knocked out for the fifth time, the surrounding people looked as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Xian might have been lucky the first time, but how could he explain the subsequent times? Every single time, it was incomparably accurate, blasting the other party out. This was no longer luck. This was a true grasp of the other party's whereabouts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so accurate. How did this kid do it? Those people were terrified. Look at his eyes, those golden eyes are too mysterious. It made my soul tremble. Some of the older generation figures were shocked. When the others saw this, they almost fainted. That's right, Lin Xian's eyes were too mysterious and profound. The golden runes formed a complicated pattern that was mysterious and unfathomable. It was the heavenly secret divine eye that had detected Gu Tianqi's whereabouts. Lin Xian looked at the crazy Gu Tianqi and sneered. Stop struggling, my eyes can see through everything. You can't escape from my grasp. Not only can I see your tracks, but I can also see your fate. Today, you will lose without a doubt. Lin Xian's voice spread in all directions, making the surrounding people tremble. How powerful and confident must he be to dare to say such words to a genius of a clan of the ancients? Damn it, don't be so arrogant. Do you think I only have the ability to hide in the void? Gu Tianqi was also angry. He still had many trump cards that he hadn't used. Kid, so what if you can find my whereabouts? Let's see how you can hurt me this time. Speaking of this, he grabbed the void spear again and quickly charged forward. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. The void spear in his hand stabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He pulled out the Dragon Abyss ancient sword and also stabbed at his opponent. The two faced each other head-on. Damn, are these two going to fight to the death? That's not right. Lin Xian's body is so strong. Gu Tianqi is definitely asking for trouble if he fights to the death. Not necessarily. The Gu clan is a clan of the ancients. Gu Tianqi must have other trump cards. Let's wait and see. The crowd discussed. While they were talking, the situation in front of them changed. Jia Tianqi's void spear collided with Lin Xian's body with a thunderous boom. Lin Xian used his 9-yang divine body to take the hit. At the same time, his Dragon Source ancient sword slashed down from the sky towards his opponent. This sword could cut his opponent in half. Whoosh! However, something strange happened. This sword slashed into the void and didn't cause any damage to Gu Tianqi. What's going on? Why is this happening? The crowd was stunned. Lin Xian also frowned. Gu Tianqi sneered. I told you, kid, you're too arrogant. Do you really think that's all I've got? Now, this is my true strength. I'd like to see how you can hurt me. As he spoke, his void spear attacked again. Each time, it was a killing move. Lin Xian would fight with his fists. At the same time, the Dragon Abyss ancient sword stabbed at his opponent again. However, each time it stabbed, it seemed to sink into the void. Gu Tianqi was completely unharmed. What's going on? The surrounding people were all stunned. An elite from the Yi family said slowly with a solemn expression. So close, yet so far. One of the Gu clan's great powers, space distortion. The two looked very close, but the distance between them was very far. Lin Xian's attack had probably been guided and banished to the endless void of the universe. Gu Tianqi, on the other hand, was able to hurt Lin Xian with his spatial powers. It would be difficult for Lin Xian to hurt him. Unless Lin Xian was also proficient in spatial techniques. What, there's such a terrifying divine power. The crowd was shocked. So close, yet worlds apart. The name sounded amazing. For a moment, the crowd was discussing. It seemed that Zhong Huang had really met his match this time. Yes, the previous saints were very powerful, but they were not from the clan of the ancients. After all, they were from the great emperor's family. These people had the great emperor's blood flowing in their veins, and they also cultivated the great emperor's techniques and divine powers. Naturally, they were much stronger than ordinary saints and outstanding geniuses. Could it be that Zhong Huang was going to lose this time? He might not lose. His 9-yang divine body was so powerful, but it was very likely that it would be a draw. No way, a draw. This was a great humiliation to him. The crowd was discussing. Those from the Gu clan sneered. A draw. The opponent can't hurt our brother Tianqi at all. Our brother Tianqi just needs to increase his attacks, and he'll be able to hurt that kid sooner or later. However, what made him even more terrified was that when he activated his theurgy to heal his injuries, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was torn to pieces, directly shattering. It was too terrifying. The sword chi that his opponent had left in his body turned into dragons that kept attacking his body. They wanted to completely destroy him. Damn it, indestructible sword intent. You've cultivated indestructible sword intent. Gu Tianqi screamed in horror. Only now did he realize how terrifying his opponent was. This indestructible sword intent was very difficult to break. The surrounding people were even more terrified. Even the older generation experts looked as if they had seen a ghost. Indestructible sword intent. Heavens, how far has this brat reached in the sword Dao? His swordsmanship was actually so terrifying. Even Gu Tianqi couldn't resist it. Am I witnessing the rise of the Sword Emperor? These people looked at Lin Xian in shock. The experts of the Gu clan hurried over to protect Gu Tianqi. They stared at Lin Xian as if they were facing a great enemy. They couldn't help it. Lin Xian was too terrifying. He had even killed the top prodigy of the War clan, let alone a prodigy of the Gu family. He definitely wouldn't hold back. If he really killed Gu Tianqi, it would be a huge loss for the Gu family. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, this kind of trash isn't worthy of me killing him. With that, he turned around and ignored Gu Tianqi. Gu Tianqi was so angry that he fainted. He had never been humiliated and looked down upon like this. His lungs were about to explode. Take him away. The Gu family experts waved their hands and sealed Gu Tianqi's broken body, then put it into a pagoda. Gu Tianqi was only seriously injured. With their family's nurturing, he would definitely be able to recover. These people looked at Lin Xian with solemn expressions, but no one attacked him again. Because they weren't confident that they could defeat him. If you don't want to die, get lost. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he became one with his sword. He turned into a piercing sword light and charged forward. Everywhere he passed, everything was destroyed. Dodge quickly. At this moment, everyone fled crazily. No one dared to stand in front of Lin Xian. Boz! Lin Xian directly charged to the front, in front of the dragon spirit fruit. He stared at the one with the most. He reached out his hand and pulled it up by the roots. It also carried an endless aura of the path of dragons. Whoosh! He put it away and wanted to put it into the black earth. However, before he could even put it into the black earth, the dragon spirit grass that he had grabbed suddenly disappeared. This made Lin Xian jump in fright. Damn it, could it be that an even more terrifying expert had made a move against him? He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and scanned the surroundings. He found that no one dared to attack him. And he found out. The mysterious small glazed sword in his body suddenly trembled. Did it come in again? Lin Xian knew that there was a magical world inside the mysterious small sword that he couldn't explore. However, this mysterious world seemed to be able to store some things. He had previously placed things like the 1,000-beast cauldron inside. However, in recent years, his strength had increased, and he had become more and more proficient in controlling the Black Earth. Therefore, he had placed most of his things inside the Black Earth. He didn't expect that the world inside the mysterious small sword would start to actively absorb things today. A dragon spirit grass was directly sucked in. Lin Xian probed with his soul power and breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the dragon spirit grass was growing inside. Great, he had wanted to cultivate this dragon spirit grass. Now that it was inside the mysterious small sword, it was even more suitable. Chapter 2749. At the same time, Yi Wudao and Yi Wuqian also arrived nearby, eyeing a dragon spirit grass. The dragon spirit grass that Lin Xian had obtained had the most fruits. There were a total of 10 fruits on it. The rest of the dragon spirit grass had about 7 or 8 fruits, while the smallest one had 5 fruits. Go! Everyone's eyes turned red. It was a huge loss for them to lose even one. Now that Lin Xian had taken one, how could they not be heartbroken? What was even more detestable was that Lin Xian was still not leaving and wanted to continue attacking. He was simply too detestable. 9 Yang divine body, let me see what you're capable of. A golden figure descended from the sky and approached Lin Xian. His golden palm reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian. His posture was very strong, as if he didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes. What a powerful golden blood qi. Was it Yi Wudao? Countless people screamed, and even more were excited. Were the two titled geniuses finally going to fight? They were too excited. However, someone shook his head. No, it wasn't Yi Wudao. It was another genius of the Yi family. Everyone looked carefully and found that it wasn't Yi Wudao, but another genius. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his golden blood qi surged like a golden god of war. He didn't seem much weaker than Yi Wudao. Who are you? Lin Xian looked at his opponent. He had already gotten a bunch of dragon spirit grass, so he wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, he had been looking forward to joining the Yi clan for a long time. He really wanted to fight with the Yi clan's experts and geniuses. Although his opponent wasn't Yi Wudao, he seemed to be a top genius. His opponent's qi and blood were very strong. That golden light made him feel apprehensive. I'm Yi Rulong. Today, let me see how powerful your 9 Yang divine body is. Can it compete with my Yi family's constitution? Although he didn't have a divine body, he was still a descendant of the great emperor's bloodline. His physique was very strong. In the Yi family, he was even known as the little divine body. One could imagine how terrifying his physique was. Yi Rulong, like his name, was like a dragon, sweeping in all directions. As soon as he appeared, he brought with him a powerful golden radiance that suppressed everything. Just nice, I also want to experience the Yi clan's physique. Come on. Lin Xian also activated his 9 Yang divine body. Billions of rays of light bloomed. The 9 suns' divine fire burned fiercely and surrounded him, making him look like a sun war god. Boom! Boom! Their auras collided in the sky, tearing apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. The surrounding people were all sent flying. Even the experts of the older generation and the invincible kings kept retreating, their faces filled with fear. These two people were too terrifying. That aura alone was enough to make it seem like only Leaf Dao Denier would dare to step forward. So powerful. In the Yi family, that person was known as the Little Saint Physique. Who would be stronger between him and Lin Xian? It was hard to say. One of them had a powerful physique, but he had only cultivated for a short time. Although the other's physique wasn't as good as a saint physique, he had cultivated for a long time. Therefore, in summary, he really didn't know. Many people retreated into the distance, silently watching the battle. In addition, Leaf Dao Denier, Wu Chen, and the others were fighting crazily with the other invincible kings. Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the dark red dragon worked together to fight against the surrounding experts. Boom! Yi Rulong punched out, and a terrifying force rolled out like a torrential river. Lin Xian also punched out, flickering with resplendent light, shaking the 9 heavens. With the momentum of sweeping through tens of thousands of troops, he charged out. Their fists collided in the sky, letting out a thunderous sound. Between heaven and earth, no one seemed to be able to hear anything else. They couldn't even feel their own hearts beating. After a long time, they realized that their hearts seemed to be beating again. In front of them, after a dazzling light, 2 figures quickly retreated. The space between the two of them shattered, and a huge black hole appeared, swallowing everything. Not bad, you can actually force me back. Interesting. Lin Xian took 3 steps back and stopped. On the opposite side, Yi Rulong took 9 steps back, and his face became gloomy. His opponent's physique was so strong that it made him feel like he was facing Leaf Dao Denier. Impossible, this kid is definitely not as terrifying as Dao Denier. With my current strength, I can definitely defeat him. Yi Rulong roared, and the power of bloodline instantly spread throughout his body. Kill. He attacked again. Fine, I'll play with you. Lin Xian also laughed, and waved the 9-yang divine body, resisting with the strength of his physical body. The two of them fought in close combat, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. After exchanging more than 300 moves, the sun and moon dimmed, and the rivers reversed. The entire sky seemed to be overturned by the two of them. Refreshing, this was simply too refreshing. Lin Xian laughed. Indeed, ever since his 9-yang divine body reached the second level, no one could fight him in close combat, and use the strength of their physical body to fight for so long. Therefore, he had always been helpless. He had always wanted to see how powerful the 9-yang divine body was. Now, he finally got what he wanted. Although his opponent was not Leaf Dao Denier, his opponent's physique was indeed very strong, and could withstand 300 moves. Damn it! On the other side, Yi Rulong's face was full of horror. After 300 moves, he had been suppressed by his opponent, and was at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for the power of bloodline, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even now, his hands were completely numb, and he couldn't feel anything. The blood in his body was surging. He had received internal injuries, and if he hadn't suppressed them, he didn't know how much blood he would have spat out. Was this the 9-yang divine body? Was this the Central Emperor Lin Xian? How terrifying! You're very strong, I admit. I'm not as good as you in close combat. Yi Rulong took a deep breath and stopped attacking. Indeed, it was futile to continue fighting. His opponent's physique was indeed stronger than his. He had to admit that. When these words came out, the surrounding people were in an uproar. The Yi family's experts were also shocked. What? Even Yi Rulong lost to his opponent. In terms of close combat, Leaf Dao Denier was the only one who could possibly compete with Yang Qi. However, in the sky, Yi Rulong spoke again. However, it won't be that easy to defeat me. In addition to close combat, I have many other methods. You have to be careful next. Indeed, the Yi family was also an emperor family, and a clan of the ancients. How many tens of thousands of years had they passed down? How could they not have other divine abilities? Close combat physique was only their foundation. They had plenty of other tricks up their sleeves. Thunder Eagle Claw. Yi Rulong's 5 fingers formed a claw, and he clawed down. Thunder appeared in his hand, and each of them was like a giant dragon roaring in the sky. They pierced through the void and grabbed at Lin Xian. Between heaven and earth, thunder surged, and a sea of lightning spread, enveloping Lin Xian. Chapter 2750. The expressions of the elders around them changed. Even the invincible kings had gloomy looks in their eyes. It was obvious that this move could still threaten them. Heavenly Battle Divine Fist. Lin Xian waved his fists with an indomitable aura, causing explosions in all directions. With a loud boom, those lightning bolts were directly shattered. Too powerful. Lin Xian's physique was too strong. The surrounding people exclaimed. Yi Rulong, on the other hand, sneered as a strange smile appeared on his face. The Thunder Eagle Claw was not only known for its powerful attack power. Its effect was also in other areas. Just wait. Soon, these people would know how powerful he was. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Xian frowned. Because he realized that the thunder had drilled into his body and was constantly destroying it. The effect was very similar to his great dragon sword soul. However, after looking at it carefully, there was still a difference. As expected of the Yi family, they actually had such a terrifying ability. Lin Xian was surprised. He felt his body go numb. The lightning actually had a paralyzing effect. Sure enough, Lin Xian's speed and strength decreased a lot when he moved. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were confused. Yi Rulong laughed loudly. Did you see that? This is the Yi family's ability. You've been paralyzed by my thunder. It's impossible for you to recover in a short time. Therefore, you've lost this battle. Yi Rulong chased after him and quickly attacked. Have I lost? Lin Xian shook his head. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged out and destroyed all the thunder. He recovered in an instant. His speed increased again, and he instantly dodged the opponent's attack. He dodged. How was that possible? Yi Rulong was very surprised. His thunder was very terrifying. Even invincible kings would not be able to recover in a short time. After all, this was not ordinary lightning. However, his opponent recovered in an instant. How did he do it? Lin Xian held the dragon source ancient sword, and the sword chi on his body expanded. Next, I'll let you see my sword skills. Buzz, the ancient dragon abyss sword was swung, bringing with it the aura of the Tao of Dragons. It formed a canopy in the sky and pressed down. This power was too terrifying. It could destroy everything. Yi Rulong's expression changed in an instant because this sword strike could completely threaten him. He let out a furious roar and fully unleashed the power of his bloodline. Then, he took out a golden hammer and smashed it upward. With a loud boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. He shattered countless sword chis, but even more sword chis came at him. They were densely packed and shrouded him. There was a heaven overflowing and world-destroying aura in front of them. No one dared to advance. Everyone was incomparably terrified. What kind of sword was this? They would probably never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. The warriors of the Yi family were also pale. Damn it, Yi Rulong couldn't have been killed by the other party's sword, right? When they thought of this, their expressions turned gloomy. In front of him, the sword chi that filled the sky gradually disappeared. Yi Rulong floated in the sky, his face pale. Blood flowed from his body, dyeing the sky red. There was not a single place on his body that was intact. There were sword scars everywhere. But fortunately, these sword scars weren't deep and didn't hurt his foundation. Yi Rulong's body trembled. He lifted his head and looked deeply into Lin Xian's eyes. Thank you for showing mercy, Sir Lin. After saying this, he fell in the sky with a plop and was protected by the experts of the Yi family. He really should thank Lin Xian because Lin Xian didn't want to kill him. He only injured him. Otherwise, the 10,000 sharp sword chi just now would have killed Yi Rulong several times over. The experts of the Yi family also took a deep breath with solemn expressions. Lin Xian's strength was really a headache for them. But fortunately, they had Yi Wudao. As for who was stronger between Yi Wudao and Lin Xian, they didn't know. After all, at their level, they couldn't just deduce it. Perhaps the two of them would have to fight for real to determine the victor. After defeating Yi Rulong, Lin Xian joined the battle group of the dark red divine dragon. Then, they snatched another dragon spirit grass. Then, they retreated into the distance. They had already obtained two, so there was no need to make a move. Otherwise, if they made a move, they would probably be surrounded by others. As expected, many people stared at Lin Xian with gloomy expressions. There were many invincible kings among them. However, they didn't make a move in the end. Firstly, Lin Xian was too strong. Secondly, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were beside Lin Xian. It could be said that the three great sage had joined forces to obtain it. If they made a move, not only would they offend Lin Xian, but they would also offend the Jade Lake sacred ground and Purple Dawn sacred ground. It wasn't worth it. Lin Xian directly asked Murong Qingqing, Shenjingqiu, and the dark red divine dragon to split the second dragon spirit grass. He didn't want it himself, because he already had 10 in his hands. He took out 2 and gave them to the little white monkey. He would deal with the other 8 when he returned. Murong Qingqing and Shenjingqiu carefully put away the dragon spirit fruits. The little white monkey and the dark red divine dragon ate them all. It was no different from eating candy. The surrounding people were envious. Sigh, humans are worse than a snake. What kind of world is this? An invincible king shook his head helplessly. The remaining 2 dragon spirit grasses were obtained by Yi Wudao and Wuqin. The last dragon spirit grass was broken. No flower was obtained by the princes of the Great Xia dynasty. The other saints, geniuses, and invincible kings didn't even get a single strand of hair. They had no choice but to crazily absorb the surrounding dragon energy to make up for the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others had a great harvest and were ready to continue forward. However, just as they were about to leave, endless dragon energy rolled under their feet, and mysterious patterns appeared on the ground. A peerless array instantly appeared under their feet. Not good, there's a change, retreat. These people's expressions changed drastically. Lin Xian even led Murong Qingqing and the others to retreat frantically. However, it was still too late. The entire array enveloped everything. Damn it! Everyone was enveloped by the array and attacked crazily. However, they couldn't break it at all. Who was it? Who made a move? Was it the mechanism array in the nest of 10,000 dragons? Everyone exclaimed. There were also older powerhouses who shouted coldly. Don't panic, everyone gather together and work together to break it. They quickly gathered together. Lin Xian frowned, and mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. How is it? Brother Lin, what did you find? Yi Wudao and the others asked. Lin Xian looked ahead and said in a deep voice. Something was about to come out. Indeed. Beside him, a young man in blue slowly nodded. He was the Taishan saint. His eyes were also shining incomparably. Astral eyes! Many people exclaimed. Previously, this eye technique had been used by the Taishan Saint Master. They didn't expect the Taishan Saint Master to have also cultivated the astral eyes. Chapter 2751. In the center of the array formation, a figure slowly appeared. Everyone was extremely nervous, and their hearts were in their throats. Damn it, what could be that thing that appeared in the nest of 10,000 dragons? A dragon corpse? Or some other puppet monster? In short, it was definitely not simple. As this figure rose, a powerful aura shook the world and swept across the surroundings. However, when the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces were filled with astonishment. It was as if they had seen a ghost. That was because what rose up was neither a human nor a dragon. Instead, it was a shield. A broken shield. It was very ancient and shabby. If it weren't for the destructive aura it emitted, no one would even take a look at it if it was thrown into the garbage dump. What's going on? Everyone was extremely puzzled. Lin Xian also frowned. That extremely frightening pressure from the other party did not seem to be fake. Damn it, could it be a broken sacred artifact? The dark red dragon screeched and stared at the broken shield without stopping. The others also exclaimed. It was very likely. Such a terrifying pressure could only be emitted by a sacred artifact. Moreover, looking at how broken the other party was, it must have existed for countless years. To be able to leave behind such a treasure, it must be a sacred artifact. This nest of 10,000 dragons was indeed terrifying. There were even sacred artifacts. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? A cold voice came from the mouth of the shield in front, and everyone below trembled. Damn it, this shield can actually speak. It was said that the weapons of the saints would nurture and form an artifact spirit. Could it be that the artifact spirit of this shield spoke? The eyes of some of the older powerhouses flickered. The people of the Gu family and the Yi family also had solemn expressions because they had intact sacred artifacts in their families. There would be an artifact spirit in a sacred artifact, so these disciples of the clan of the ancients were no stranger to this. The other saints and geniuses were the same. After all, these people were from the top sacred grounds and sections. In the hands of those sacred grounds, they all had intact sacred artifacts. Once the artifact spirit of a sacred artifact was enraged, it would even take the initiative to attack. There was no need for human control at all. This was also why saint-level weapons surpassed everything and were so terrifying. Thus, at that moment, the crowd did not dare to be careless in the face of that damaged saint's weapon. After all, the other party had an artifact spirit. If the artifact spirit took the initiative to attack them, it would be difficult for them to resist. It's over. Our sect master, the Holy Master, is still too weak. I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying holy artifact here. Forget it, it's better to lower our heads in front of the sacred artifact. I don't think it will make things difficult for us. After all, he is also intelligent. Our sacred leader is right in front of him, so he shouldn't dare to act recklessly. The experts from the sacred grounds and sects discussed fervently. That broken shield emitted a soul-like aura that swept the surroundings. When he looked in another direction, he suddenly froze and carefully examined it. Then, she screamed. F***K. What the fuck? Why is the dragon spirit grass that I've been growing for countless years gone? Who took it? Hand it over to me now. Everyone was stunned. What did they just see? The artifact spirit in front of him was actually cursing and swearing, looking flustered and exasperated. Fuck, why do I feel like he's a hooligan? It turned out that the solemn and heavy aura had disappeared, which made everyone dumbfounded. However, these people were soon stunned. What did that mean? From his tone, it seemed that he was the one who planted the dragon spirit grass. No way, their scalps went numb. Lin Xian also frowned and glanced at the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon also had a grave expression. Previously, the two of them were still puzzled. The nest of 10,000 dragons had existed for countless years, but why did the dragon spirit grass inside only look like it was 5,000 to 6,000 years old? Now, it seemed that they had found the reason. It turned out that there was a broken artifact spirit. Could it be that the dragon spirit fruit that grew before had all been eaten by him? Sure enough, the artifact spirit in front of the broken shield screamed crazily. Damn it, it's been 6,000 years. I've waited for 6,000 years. There are still 4,000 years left. I can finally taste the dragon spirit fruit that's 10,000 years old. Who was it that destroyed all of them? Come out, I promise I'll beat him to death. He was really mad. The powerful and destructive power burst out of his body, causing everyone to tremble again. They crawled on the ground. They had no choice. Although the other party looked like a hooligan, his aura was too terrifying. It was impossible to resist. These people all looked at Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, Wu Qin, and Murong Qingqing. That was because these dragon spirit fruits had been obtained by them long ago. The last one had been destroyed. There were a total of 7 dragon spirit fruits, which were taken by No Flower, the Prince of Great Xia, and other top saints and geniuses, as well as a few invincible kings. Therefore, these people's expressions were ugly. Especially Lin Xian and the others, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. This was because he realized that the other party's spirit seemed to have enveloped them. Sure enough, the broken shield in front of them said coldly, "Damn it, I can feel the dragon spirit fruit's aura. It's on you." Hand it over obediently. An incomparably vast aura pressed down. Even the saints and geniuses had grave expressions. One by one, they unleashed their king domains to resist. The dark red divine dragon was also anxious. "Damn it, how dare you snatch my food? Damn it, you're just an artifact spirit. I've already eaten the dragon spirit nation. What's wrong? Hit me." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and trembled. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Damn it, what is this ruffian dragon doing? The broken shield in front of them was also stunned. The pressure on his body shook and locked onto the dark red divine dragon. How dare a small snake be so arrogant in front of me? Do you know what kind of existence I am? Back in the day, I was a supreme existence who swept across the world and suppressed heaven and earth. Pfft, you're just a broken shield. What's so great about you? Besides, you're the snake. Your whole family are snakes. The dark red divine dragon was furious. How dare the other party threaten him? How despicable. Kid, give me another dragon spirit nation. I'll eat it in front of everyone and piss him off. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. It had no choice. Previously, it was an old monster who was incomparably arrogant. Now, there was someone who was even more arrogant than it. How could the dark red divine dragon tolerate this? Lin Xian rolled his eyes helplessly. Of course, he would not give the dark red divine dragon a chance to anger the other party. However, it seemed that the dark red divine dragon had already angered the other party. Looks like I'll have to let you know how powerful I am. The broken shield swayed gently, and a terrifying pressure swept over the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone trembled. Everyone frantically retreated, and the dark red divine dragon naturally felt the pressure. Roar! Its body swayed, and it transformed into a divine dragon that was 1,000 feet long. With a roar, the aura of the dragon surged between heaven and earth, forming a terrifying light that blocked in front of it. Chapter 2752. He was a dragon, so he could naturally mobilize the aura of dragons. Seeing this scene, the shield in front was also stunned. He didn't expect a snake to be able to mobilize the aura of dragons so easily. It was really surprising. He stared at the dark red dragon. Suddenly, he screamed, "Fuck, you're not a snake, you're a dragon." Dragons were the divine beasts of heaven and earth, the leader of all monsters. They were extremely terrifying. However, no one knew if dragons really existed. Even though they were in the nest of 10,000 dragons, they didn't see a single dragon corpse. Perhaps they would be able to see it even deeper. This made them both excited and shocked. But now, the broken artifact spirit in front of them actually said that the dark red snake near them was a dragon. They found it hard to believe. However, when they looked ahead, their faces were also filled with shock. Because at this moment, the dark red dragon wasn't a snake. Instead, it had transformed into 1,000 feet long and was majestic. A terrifying aura emanated from its body, and it attracted the aura of dragons from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This scene was similar to that of a dragon. However, they still didn't quite believe that the other party was a dragon. Perhaps it was related to dragons, such as flood dragons or something like that. After all, how many years had it been since a real dragon had appeared in the world? There was only the nest of 10,000 dragons. The dark red dragon roared, "That's right, I'm a dragon. Come and bite me." His voice roared into the 9 heavens, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. What? He's really a dragon. There was a dragon following Lin Xian. No wonder this kid was so terrifying. These people were all stunned. They didn't expect that the dark red dragon was really a dragon. The news was so shocking that even Leaf Dao Denier, Dustless, and the other invincible kings were completely flabbergasted. This was a real dragon. Lin Xian's gaze was gloomy. He asked telepathically, "Ruffian dragon, is it okay to expose your identity?" The dark red dragon said, "Don't worry, I'll be exposed sooner or later. Even if I don't say it now, when we enter the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons and snatch the treasures of those dragons, we'll be recognized." So it didn't matter. Indeed, the dark red divine dragon already knew that its identity would be exposed. However, he didn't care. As long as he could obtain the treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons and grow up, so what if these people knew that he was a dragon? All right then. Lin Xian nodded. Since the other party had made up his mind, he wouldn't stop him. They just watched quietly from the side. He wanted to see what this broken shield of a saint was trying to do. The artifact spirit within the saint's shield was shocked. "You are a dragon and not a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Which branch are you from?" He was simply too shocked. Back then, he was the weapon of a certain expert of the dragons. After being shattered, he was buried here and slowly recovered. Therefore, he had a better understanding of the dragons. However, were there any dragons in this world other than the nest of 10,000 dragons? He really didn't know. "You're still too inexperienced to inquire about this emperor's origins. Broken shield, hurry up and scram. If you dare to seal us again, be careful that this emperor will destroy your true body." The dark red divine dragon roared, shaking the 9 heavens. The others also looked serious. Indeed, even if the dark red divine dragon was a dragon, so what? They couldn't care so much anymore. They were sealed by a peerless array formation. They had to work together to break it. For a moment, countless people looked at the dark red divine dragon. Since the other party was a dragon, he should be extremely familiar with the nest of 10,000 dragons. Therefore, they placed their hopes on this. "Kid, let's work together and suppress this broken shield." The dark red divine dragon stared at the other party. He waved his dragon claws and spat out a few saint fragments. Lin Xian also flew over and came to his side. "This is for you. Maybe you'll like it." He gave the flood dragon scissors to the dark red divine dragon. After the dark red divine dragon saw it, he immediately grinned. The flood dragon scissors, a half-step sacred artifact. "Ha, kid, you're really interesting." He was really too excited. With a wave of his hand, the flood dragon scissors appeared in his hand, forming another 2,000 feet long flood dragons. For him to use. Come, let me fight you for 300 rounds." The dark red divine dragon was very arrogant. Looking ahead, Lin Xian also took out a half-step sacred artifact. The 9-story pagoda floated in front of him. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, the prince of the Great Xia dynasty, and the others. "Let's attack together." "Okay." These people nodded and also stepped forward. Facing the broken saint artifact and the artifact spirit, they were not careless at all. They all sent out their respective treasures. Among them, there were many saint fragments and even a few half-step sacred artifacts. For a moment, the sky shook rapidly, unable to withstand this power. "Damn, don't mess around." The artifact spirit's expression changed. He didn't expect these people to have so many treasures in their hands. "Mess around? We're messing around. What can you do to me?" The dark red divine dragon roared and used the flood dragon scissors. It was the first to charge over. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others also attacked. Boom! Boom! Terrifying energy flooded the area ahead. In an instant, the array formation below was destroyed. After all, when these people attacked together, coupled with the power of the saint fragments and half-step sacred artifacts, it was really terrifying. Nothing could withstand it. The array formation was torn to pieces. The broken shield also let out a miserable cry. However, in the next moment, the light on his body suddenly expanded and turned into a dragon turtle, blocking in front of him. With a boom, all the energy blasted on the dragon turtle's shell, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, it didn't break the shield. When all the light disappeared, the dragon turtle in the sky bared its teeth and turned into a shield again. Damn it, how dare you make me suffer such a big loss? Just you wait. He screamed and ran away quickly. Dragon turtle, is this guy a dragon turtle? It should be a shield made from the dragon turtle's shell. Many of the older generation people were discussing. The dark red divine dragon roared. Hurry up and chase. Don't let him escape, catch him. He knows the secret of this place. Yes, that's right. After being reminded, everyone charged over. The dark red divine dragon carried Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the martial artists of the immortal palace and flew quickly. Everyone covered the sky and the earth. They flew forward. Gradually, they arrived at the edge of the area. This was already the border. If they continued forward, they would be in an unknown danger zone. Should they continue to chase? Some of the powerhouses from the sacred grounds looked ahead and frowned. Who cares? Hurry up and chase. Our sacred leaders are in front. We have to inform them. These people chased crazily. Lin Xian and the others didn't stop. The group quickly left the safe area and arrived at the area where they were. They were deeper in, and they hadn't been explored by the sacred leaders. In other words, there could be danger at any time. Moreover, it was danger that was beyond their control. Sure enough, not long after they flew out, the broken shield in front of them had already disappeared. There were all kinds of grotesquely shaped mountain ranges in the surroundings, forming a continuous stretch. Damn it, there are mountain ranges underground. These should be dragon veins, right? Chapter 2753. This underground didn't seem to be a lair, but a real world. The continuous mountain range was like a giant dragon coiling above the ground. Many martial artists from the Holy Lands looked at the people from the Tuoba family. Everyone, can you see where that guy went? Also, is this place dangerous? Right now, they could only rely on the Seeker Spirit Masters. The Tuoba family, Nangong family, and Ouyang family, the three great Seeker Spirit Master families, became the center of everyone's attention. After all, the other party's spirit-seeking technique could search for spirit veins, so it might be able to solve the current situation. The disciples of the three great Seeker Spirit Master families were extremely excited. Being watched by so many people made them feel very proud. Did you see that? This was the status of the Seeker Spirit Master families. Regardless of whether it was a holy land or an ancient family, at the most critical moment, they still had to rely on them. This feeling of being respected by others made them feel very good. Many older generation powerhouses walked out from the three great families. These people had all reached the Earth Spirit Master realm. At this moment, these people walked out. Their eyes were like divine lamps, emitting mysterious runes that swept across the ground below. They began to deduce. Under their hands, strange runes flickered and formed various combinations. The surrounding holy sons, geniuses, and powerhouses waited silently. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He activated the heavenly secret divine eye and scanned around, but he didn't find any traces of the shield. However, he looked down. He felt that the mountain range below really didn't look like mountains, but sleeping dragons that emitted terrifying auras. This place was really strange. He couldn't see through it. Lin Xian shook his head. Even though he had the heavenly secret divine eye, he couldn't see everything clearly. The dark red dragon said. That was for sure. Although the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't considered a forbidden area, one could imagine the place where 10,000 dragons were buried. How could it be simple? It was better to be careful. Lin Xian nodded and sent a voice transmission to the martial artists of Immortal Palace, telling them not to act rashly and to listen to his orders. These martial artists of Immortal Palace naturally obeyed. At the same time, he also reminded Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu to take care of their subordinates. After all, this place was mysterious and extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness might cause one to fall into eternal damnation. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu nodded and transmitted messages to their subordinates. The Seeker Spirit Masters at the front quickly inquired while the surrounding strong cultivators waited silently. Not long after, the Seeker Spirit Masters withdrew their palms. How is it, everyone? What's the situation? The elders of the Gu family, the Yi family, and the other great sects all walked up and quickly inquired. An old man from the Mophead family trembled with excitement. Incredible, truly incredible. This was truly a wonderland. With so many dragon veins, if he could cultivate here for a year or so, it would be comparable to hundreds of years of cultivation outside. What? When the surrounding martial artists heard these words, their faces were filled with shock. 1 year was equivalent to several hundred years in the outside world. If he cultivated here for 100 years, wouldn't he be able to directly become a saint? They were extremely envious. The elder of the Nangong family spoke up as well. That's right. This was definitely a boundless treasure. All of the things below were dragon veins. Would it be dangerous? The expert from the Yi family asked. An elder of the Ouyang family. He nodded. There was still danger. The 7 veins of the 9 dragons. Not all of the dragon veins could be absorbed and used. Their absorption methods and efficiency far exceeded that of the other Holy Land's great sects cultivators. In an instant, the people of the 4 great empires quickly occupied the dragon veins. But fortunately, there were many dragon veins here. Other than the largest few that were fighting, the rest were all collecting as much as possible to avoid conflicts. Now, the most precious thing was time. Lin Xian and the others also picked a dragon vein and slowly descended. It wasn't the largest dragon vein, so they didn't want to take too much risk. Everyone can just absorb it here. Lin Xian said. He activated the Great Dragon Sword Spirit and absorbed the surrounding dragon vein aura. Buzz buzz buzz. Not long after, there were balls of light floating in the distance. They were very dazzling in the sky. Chapter 2754. What were those things? Stars. They weren't stars. Divine crystals. Someone exclaimed. What? Divine crystals? You're saying that all those floating things are divine crystals? The surrounding people were stunned. The countless rays of light that filled the sky were actually divine crystals. Heavens, they felt as if they were about to faint from happiness. Divine crystals were extremely precious and rare in the outside world. Even the saints, saintesses, and geniuses did not have many of them. That was because most of them were cut out of ancient stones. But now, all of the twinkling light spots in front of him were as dense as the stars in the sky. They were all divine crystals. They did not dare to imagine how many divine crystals there were. Hurry up and snatch them. Hurry up and snatch them. One person screamed crazily, attracting the attention of the others. In an instant, all kinds of palm lights covered the sky and covered the earth. Get lost. A huge black millstone appeared in the sky and crushed many of the palm lights. Blood flowed wildly. You're courting death. How dare you snatch something that the Yi family wants? The experts of the Yi family waved their fists, shattering the void in all directions. The Gu family's experts used void techniques to snatch the divine crystals. Lin Xian's side was also extremely shocked. The Immortal Palace's cultivators were even more shocked. That's great, they're going to be rich. However, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He said to the people behind him, "Don't act rashly. Ruffian dragon, don't move. Something's not right." Indeed, the dark red dragon's expression was extremely serious. That was because they realized that the divine crystals in the sky were quickly flying into the distance. Chase after them. Don't let them get away. Those people's eyes were red as they chased after them crazily. Stop. Don't go. Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the others roared angrily, wanting to stop them. They felt that the situation was a little strange. Even so, the Yi and Gu family's disciples' eyes were red at this moment. Of course, there were also some who were called back by Yi Wudao and the others. Even more cultivators from the other holy lands and sects went. For a moment, everyone chased after them crazily. Ha 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 ha, great! These divine crystals are all mine. An expert laughed maniacally as he was surrounded by hundreds of deity crystals. On the other side, a prince of the Tai dynasty was overjoyed. He also stretched out a hand that was wrapped in countless divine crystals. The Yin-Yang sect, the Five Elements Palace, the Grand Development Holy Land, and the All Beginnings Holy Lands experts and sky prides were all madly attacking. Buzz gradually, they flew further and further away. Suddenly, beams of divine light shot up from below, illuminating the entire sky. Those martial artists and geniuses who were madly competing for the treasures let out miserable cries. Their bodies were mercilessly pierced through by the divine light. Damn it, get lost. These experts roared one after another. There were quite a few of them, and all of them were extremely powerful. There were even a few invincible kings among them. In his fury, he attacked the divine light. Boom! Boom! A world-shaking sound rang out. Those divine lights trembled, but they didn't disappear. Instead, they increased in number. They intertwined in the sky, forming a terrifying formation of light that enveloped everyone. Saint, save me! Elder, please save me! In the distance, those people screamed crazily. Their companions and martial artists around them kept exploding. Blood dyed the sky red. The expressions of those who stayed in the distance also changed. There was indeed a problem. Let's go! The elders of the Holy Land's major sects roared and went to help. They couldn't just sit back and watch. Sage fragments were taken out one by one. There were even half-sage artifacts that were used to destroy the world. However, this formation was extremely powerful and couldn't be broken at all. More and more martial artists inside died. Damn it, stop! An elder of the Yin-Yang sect screamed crazily. Many of their sky prides were killed. The Nine Heavens Sacred Ground side also roared crazily. Their saint was also inside. He had been killed directly. Not only the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, but the saints and saintesses of several major sects were also killed mercilessly. This was definitely a world-destroying formation that mercilessly reaped everyone's lives. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace were dumbfounded. Fortunately, their temple master didn't let them take action. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. The disciples of the Purple Dawn Sacred Ground and the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were also trembling. Previously, when Lin Xian didn't let them go, they were dissatisfied, thinking that their saintesses were too obedient. But now, it seemed that this guy was their savior. They were deeply grateful because the other party had saved their lives. Yi Wudao, Wu Qin, and the others were also ready to take action. After all, many of their disciples were also inside. However, when they were halfway out, their expressions changed. Because the ground under their feet was trembling rapidly and cracking. Beams of divine light shot into the sky and intertwined in the sky. Not good, we have a formation here too. Run. These people's expressions changed. They had seen how terrifying the formation in the distance was. It would be difficult for them to resist it. But why was there such a peerless killing formation under their feet? For a moment, they all fled. Many people stared at the Tuoba family and the other two major families and roared crazily. Damn it, didn't you say that there was no danger here? The disciples of the three Seeker Spirit Master families were all dumbfounded and their bodies were trembling. Because many of them had been pierced by the divine light. The elders' faces were also trembling. They had been careless and misjudged. They couldn't explain it at all. Because previously, they were still proud of themselves, thinking that they had discovered a paradise. But who would have thought that this was not a paradise, but a land of destruction? It was extremely dangerous. If they were careless, they would be killed. Hurry up and escape. These Seeker elders also fled crazily. Damn it, they had been tricked. The powerhouses and geniuses of the other sacred grounds and sects had dark expressions. They had trusted and respected the other party so much before, but they didn't expect the other party to misjudge them. He had brought them to such a dangerous place. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others did not dare to delay and quickly left. Lin Xian activated the Dragon Sword domain and enveloped these people. At the same time, they took out the Saint's fragment. Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also took action. Everyone used their full strength, not daring to be careless. In the sky, more and more divine light intertwined, gradually forming a formation that began to press down. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. Damn it, it was too terrifying. What kind of formation was that? How could it be so terrifying? Screams rang out one after another. The martial artists of the Seeker families cried and wailed. The dark red divine dragon waved the flood dragon scissors and killed in all directions. At the same time, his expression changed. Oh no, I misjudged. We all saw it. Chapter 2755. Indeed, the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't that simple. In the sky, a terrifying array diagram descended, and everyone faced a peerless pressure. Everyone fled crazily. In the end, they escaped from this area. Everyone's faces were pale, and their bodies were injured. Even Lin Xian and Yi Wudao's bodies were damaged and cracked. One could imagine what kind of impact the others had suffered. Everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. The apocalyptic array diagram was still in effect, and the sky was filled with blood. Half of them had lost their lives here. This caused everyone to tremble and tremble. It was too terrifying, too despairing. Previously, when they explored the saint's tomb, there weren't such terrifying casualties. One had to know that this wasn't the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They had only entered for a short while, but half of them had already died. If they continued forward, what kind of terrifying danger would await them? They didn't know. Only half of them were there. How many saints, geniuses, and princes had died inside? There were countless peerless mighty figures. There were even many invincible kings, but they didn't manage to escape and were directly killed by the apocalyptic array diagram. Even their souls were destroyed. It could be said that they no longer existed. The sky in the distance was blood red. It was abnormally terrifying. Those who survived, Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the other top geniuses, had ugly expressions. Those powerhouses had solemn expressions. There were also some people who had a mental breakdown. They shouted crazily, wanting to go back, but they couldn't find their way back at all. The surrounding mountains were like giant dragons lying down, emitting a mysterious aura as if they were going to devour them. We shouldn't have come, we shouldn't have come. An elder of the Ouyang family shook his head repeatedly. This is the burial ground of dragons. It has endless legends. We shouldn't have come here at all. The elders of the Mophead family and the Nangong family also had ugly expressions. Previously, due to their carelessness, many people had died. Most of their disciples were inside. What should we do now? An elder of the Tao One Holy Land asked in a deep voice. The others looked at each other. They didn't know what to do at all. In fact, they couldn't even find where their sect leader was now. Damn it, hurry up and send a message. These people still had many secret techniques in their hands. They passed on the information one after another, taking out formation diagrams one after another, laying them out. Everyone tried to pass on the message, but there was no response. Lin Xian also sent a message to Li Xuanxian, the chief enforcer, and the others, but he did not receive any response. What's going on? Did the news not spread, or did those people encounter something? They don't know now. Forget it, we can only rely on ourselves. Lin Xian put away the disc array and took a deep breath. A golden light appeared in his eyes. The dark red divine dragon at the side also said, "Don't yell. Let me see if there's a way out." The people from the Tuoba family harumphed coldly and their faces darkened. Their elders also stepped forward. He scouted the surroundings. The others paid attention again. There was no other way. They could only rely on the three Seeker Spirit Master clans. However, in their hearts, they were still not 100% convinced. The gazes of the three Seeker Spirit Master clans turned serious as they searched the four directions. This time, they were even more cautious. After much discussion, they decided on a direction. Let's head in that direction. An elder of the Tuoba family said in a deep voice. The others were suspicious. Was there no danger this time? Elder, are you sure you didn't see wrongly again? Elder, why don't you calculate it again? The martial artists of the other sacred grounds and sects were discussing. Even the martial artists of the three Seeker Spirit Master clans were whispering. This scene made the elder of the Tuoba family vomit blood in anger. They had no choice but to calculate it again and found that it was still the same direction. This time, they had no choice but to follow. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked at each other and the two of them communicated through voice transmission. How is it? More or less. I don't think there's much danger over there. My heavenly secret divine, I didn't find anything either. Lin Xian shook his head. This place was too scary. With their current knowledge and ability, they couldn't deduce anything at all. Therefore, they decided to take a look. After all, they still had to leave. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to Murong Qingcheng and Shenjingqiu, telling them to follow closely. He also sent a message to Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others, telling them to be careful. The group of people walked forward. These saints and prodigies of the sacred grounds were extremely cautious this time. They wore several layers of armor. Their king domains enveloped them. They were extremely dazzling, like gods of war. At the same time, deeper in the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, a group of people shone brightly like gods descending to the mortal world. These people were Li Xuanxian, the Queen Mother of the West, the patriarch of the Yi family, and the other sect masters and grand elders of the sacred grounds. This group of people was very powerful and even carried intact sacred artifacts, so they were very fast and arrived at a farther place. However, even though these people had powerful trump cards, they were still scared at this moment. Because their surroundings were too strange. Heaven and earth were dim, and there was only darkness in front of them. Only when they walked past did the darkness recede like the tide. However, the darkness behind them surged forward like a tidal wave and enveloped them. The surroundings were very quiet. There was a deathly silence. No sound could be heard. Only streams of dragon chi could be seen rolling in the surroundings. This dragon chi was much larger than what Lin Xian and the others had seen. Most of them were a few hundred meters long, and some were even a few thousand meters long. They circled in all directions and whistled. They emitted a desolate aura. Boom! At this moment, the ground under the yin-yang sacred leader's feet suddenly cracked open. The yin-yang sacred leader was startled. He wrapped his body with yin-yang qi, forming a yin-yang diagram that blocked all energy. The other sacred leaders and sect masters were also on guard. Some of them even held peerless treasure artifacts and prepared to attack. "Don't move," an elder from the Ouyang family said. He was also a seeker spirit master, but he was much more powerful than the seeker spirit masters outside. He was a living fossil, and he was very old. He was already more than 3,000 years old. He was leaning on a walking stick, and his hair was hanging down to his heels. His eyes were like divine lamps, shining brightly. "Don't attack," he shouted loudly. The sacred leaders and sect masters didn't attack. Their eyes were like lightning as they pierced through the sky and looked down at the crack below. The yin-yang sect master also snorted coldly and retreated to the side. The yin-yang qi on his body kept churning mysteriously. The crack below grew bigger and bigger, forming a crack that was nearly 10,000 meters wide. Something slowly floated out. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Their pupils constricted. Many grand elders, sacred leaders, and sect masters exclaimed. Li Xuanxian, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others also narrowed their eyes. Dawei sacred leader, the yin-yang sect master, and the others also didn't look good. The living fossil elders of the three seeker spirit master families were even more shocked. Chapter 2756. A huge object floated out from the crack. It looked like a block of ice floating in the air. Sealed within the ice was a person. It was a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe. He wore a yellow robe with a 5-clawed flying dragon drawn on it. It was vivid and lifelike, and he wore a dragon crown on his head. He looked like an emperor. However, his eyes were filled with fear. Boundless fear. His expression was eternally sealed in ice, frozen in that instant. Who was this? Which dynasty's emperor was he? They frowned and looked at the people from the 4 great dynasties. The Tai dynasty, the Divine Wind dynasty, the Nineli dynasty, and the Grand Xia dynasty. The 4 emperors and the elders all had grave expressions. They were puzzled. This person wasn't someone from their dynasty. Then, who was this person? Judging from his attire, he was definitely not a prince or an ordinary elder of the royal family. He should be an emperor. A grand elder from the Grand Xia dynasty said. The other experts of the royal family also nodded in agreement. Although they were all wearing yellow robes, the dragons drawn on them were clearly ranked. Only the emperor could possess a 5-clawed divine dragon. No one else had the qualifications to draw a 5-clawed divine dragon. But they all recognized the royal family of the Central Plains dynasty. Unless it was from several tens of thousands of years ago, no one had ever heard of a dynasty's emperor dying outside with his whereabouts unknown. Thus, everyone was discussing spiritedly. However, at that moment, the All Beginnings Holy Land's Holy Master frowned. Could it be that dynasty? Which dynasty? Everyone looked at him. The All Beginnings Holy Land's Holy Master said, "Have you all forgotten? A dynasty was once established in the Qinling Mountains. However, it only existed for a single day before it was destroyed." Once those words were said, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was right. It was definitely that dynasty that had been destroyed. At that time, the other party had been incomparably powerful. They had established their dynasty with an unparalleled attitude, wanting to possess the entire Qinling Mountains. However, the consequences had been miserable. They had been reduced to ashes in a single day. All of their experts had been killed. Even their emperor's whereabouts were unknown. Now, it seemed that it was very likely that this person was the one sealed in ice. Who was it that had done this? Why would his corpse be in the nest of 10,000 dragons? Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons had done this? To warn everyone not to have any ideas about the nest of 10,000 dragons. These sacred leaders and sect masters were discussing fervently, and their expressions were extremely ugly. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing on their journey. Was this a warning from the nest of 10,000 dragons? Do you still want to go? The grand elders of the Holy Lands were discussing spiritedly. For a moment, they didn't continue forward. Instead, they stopped and continued to discuss. They quickly inquired about the 3 major spirit seeker clans. These living fossils also had solemn expressions as they quickly made deductions. Only after a long time had passed did they speak. The path ahead was extremely dangerous, could be said to be 9 deaths, 1 life. It wasn't any easier than the Forbidden Lands. The living fossil of the Ouyang family said in a deep voice. The living fossil of the Mophead family stood up, but it was not like there was no chance. As long as we are careful, we can avoid it. Furthermore, there are so many of us, and we even have sacred weapons with us. Even if there is any danger, we can still resist it. This was the nest of 10,000 dragons. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to find it again in the future. Indeed, everyone was tempted. The nest of 10,000 dragons, the burial ground of dragons, must have countless secrets. They must get it as soon as possible. These sacred leaders and grand elders discussed animatedly. In the end, they decided to set off again. These people carefully bypassed the peerless powerhouses sealed in ice and set off further away. Lin Xian's side also stopped in their tracks. Because in front of them, a huge block of ice also appeared. Inside this block of ice, there was a woman sealed in it. She was very beautiful. She was wearing a phoenix robe and her eyes were tightly shut as if she was sleeping. Back then, when this thing appeared, it gave everyone a fright. These saints and geniuses fled frantically because when this scene appeared previously, it was a shield of a saint and an artifact spirit. Therefore, they didn't dare to be careless at all. However, after waiting for a long time, they realized that this thing didn't have any signs of life. Only then did they dare to come over and observe it at a close distance. Lin Xian also activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked carefully. However, he didn't find anything at all. Which dynasty's princess was this? He frowned and asked the Prince of Great Xia and the others. The Prince of Great Xia shook his head, indicating that he didn't know her. The powerhouses and geniuses of the other dynasties also shook their heads. They didn't know this person either. Then what was going on? It was said that in ancient times, a powerful force had once established a mysterious country and wanted to establish a dynasty. In the end, it was destroyed. Perhaps this was the princess of that dynasty. A powerhouse of Taishien's sacred ground said. It was possible. The others discussed. Lin Xian didn't find any useful information. He said, "Let's continue." They continued to move forward. The aura in front of them was getting more and more mysterious. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the surroundings were like a thick fog that enveloped them. "Everyone, be careful." They gradually walked forward and found a valley in front of them. "Let's rest in this valley." Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and Wuchen discussed and said to the others. The others nodded. These three titled geniuses were powerful, so the others naturally had no objections to their suggestion. Moreover, they had experienced so many soul-stirring events along the way, and they were indeed tired. Many of them were injured all over their bodies. They had suffered serious trauma. They wanted to rest. These people meditated in the valley and prepared to rest. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also stopped and sat there cross-legged. Everyone took turns to guard. Lin Xian also closed his eyes. In the latter half of the night, there was a shrill scream. It was very ear-piercing, as if they had seen a ghost. It made all the saints and geniuses open their eyes. The powerhouses also rose into the air and shouted coldly. "What's going on?" They looked in all directions, piercing through heaven and earth. However, they didn't find any danger. The martial artists who were in charge of guarding the valley were terrified. They pointed at their surroundings and screamed. The valley had disappeared. What? The valley is gone. These people stood up and looked around. Sure enough, their eyelids were twitching, and their faces were full of fear. Indeed, the valley they were familiar with was gone. There was no valley around. It was dark and there were ruins all around. It was not the valley they were in before. What's going on? How did we get out? Could we have been teleported out? Impossible. If we were teleported out, we would have sensed it. Damn it, this place is too creepy. Everyone's hair stood on end. Look, what's that? Someone pointed in the distance and screamed in horror. There was a pitch-black thing in the distance. It was like a small mountain, and it looked like a monster king. Chapter 2757. Boz. Lin Xian flicked out a dragon sword chi and directly shattered the surrounding thick fog. The air gradually cleared, and everyone could see the scene in front of them clearly. It was an array formation. Someone exclaimed. Was it a teleportation array? They hurriedly ran over. Some people even wanted to jump up and teleport out, but they were slapped down by the dark red dragon. Damn it, don't move. It's not an array formation, it's an altar. The faces of the cultivators who were slapped down darkened. They wanted to make a move, but when they saw the dark red dragon, they lost their temper. The others frowned. An altar? Is this an altar of the dragons? They all looked at the dark red dragon. Because they were now certain that the dark red dragon was a dragon. Even the people from the three great Spirit Seeker clans stared at the altar with flickering eyes. However, no one dared to speak. The dark red dragon pushed the crowd aside and walked up. It circled the ancient altar and carefully observed it. The others also watched with rapt attention. Lin Xian also examined it. He found that there was a very strange rune on the altar. It looked like a dragon. It was extremely mysterious. He had never seen these words before, nor did he recognize them. Could it be that these are the words of the dragons? Ruffian dragon, what's written on it? Lin Xian asked. The others were also very puzzled. The dark red dragon looked around and said, "This is indeed an ancient altar, but what's written on it are some incantations for worship. You won't understand even if I tell you." He did not go into detail, but he reminded them that this thing was incomparably sacred among the dragons, so they should not have any ideas about it. Don't go up and step on it, or you'll die. Hearing this, the cultivators who originally wanted to attack felt their scalps go numb and they trembled. Of course, there were also some who did not believe it. However, after experiencing the apocalyptic diagram, they did not dare to be careless. Who knew if this ancient altar would suddenly erupt and kill all of them? Therefore, it was better not to act rashly. Besides, this ancient altar was of no use to them. Let's go and take a look around. The dark red dragon swung its tail and walked in all directions. The others also spread out. Not long after, someone screamed. The reason for that was because they discovered that there was a deep pit before them. It was a bottomless pit. Zhang Xian had no idea where it was connected to. It was incomparably dark, and even his soul perception and vision were unable to probe any further. This news shocked everyone. Lin Xian and the others hurried over and surrounded the crater. This pit had a diameter of 10 meters and was incomparably dark. Even Lin Xian's Tianji God eyes could only see a dozen meters away. Below that, he couldn't see clearly at all. The other person was the Taishan saint. He was wearing a blue robe and his eyes were shining like stars. He also opened his starry eyes and looked down. Apart from the two of them, the others also executed their eye techniques and soul techniques. However, they couldn't see what was inside. At most, they could only see a few meters away. What was down there? Where does this lead to? Would it be dangerous? Leaf Dao Denier asked 3 questions, none of which could be answered. Wu Qin said, "Forget it, let's go. There's no need for us to take any risks." The others also nodded. The experts and elders of the 3 Seeker Spirit Master clans also calculated for a long time, but they couldn't deduce anything. Everyone felt that it was better not to take the risk, so they turned around and left. However, after a few hundred meters, someone suddenly screamed. Something appeared behind them. They used their souls to look behind them. Sure enough, they found something floating out of the pitch-black pit. Could it be a corpse again? Or something else? This wasn't the first time they had seen something like this. The first time, it was the shield of a sage. The second time, it was the princess of the Shatter dynasty. What was it this time? Everyone flew back and watched carefully. This time, 3 figures floated out. Each of them was a person sealed in ice. They were people again. Could it be the people of the Shatter dynasty? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian opened his Tianji God eyes and looked at the sky below. His pupils constricted, and he was extremely shocked. He saw more than a dozen such things floating in the sky below. They were densely packed, but they didn't rush up. Divine crystals. They were divine crystals. At this moment, a prince of the Divine Wind dynasty screamed. He pointed at the 3 2-meter-tall crystals in front of him and screamed. What? Divine crystals? You don't say, it's true. They contained energy. They were sealed in ice with divine crystals. Who was it? That was too extravagant. That's not right. The princess we saw earlier was not sealed in ice with divine crystals. Could it be that the two of them are not in cahoots? Those people were puzzled. At the same time, they were tempted. If they could get such a large piece of divine crystal, they would definitely make a fortune. One had to know that they had gone crazy when they saw the fist-sized divine crystal. Not to mention the 2-meter-tall divine crystal. Fuck, how many fist-sized divine crystals could be cut out of this? It was definitely a shocking treasure. Not to mention them, even Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and Wu Chen were shocked. Their eyes were burning. Especially Lin Xian. He urgently needed natural treasures and all kinds of energy. Whether it was the 9-yang divine body or the dragon sword soul, they needed energy. If he could get those 3 divine crystals, he could further improve his 9-yang divine body and the dragon sword soul, making them even more powerful. How could he not be tempted? The others were also tempted. They did not know that there were more than a dozen such things floating below. Their gazes were all fixed on the 3 floating divine crystals. They were not in the mood to care about the people inside. Soon, those people made their move. Boom! A gigantic bronze bell appeared out of thin air. It vibrated rapidly, forming a formless sound wave that swept out in all directions. The surrounding people vomited blood and retreated. Damn it! It's the people from the Dao Yi sacred ground. Many people roared. That's right, the person who made a move was an expert from the Dao Yi sacred ground. He seized the initiative and launched a powerful attack on everyone around him, forcing them to retreat. For a moment, he was the only one at the front. Ha! It's mine! He reached out his hand and grabbed the 3 divine crystals. You're courting death. Put it down. The other cultivators were all furious. Boz! The yin-yang sacred lady shouted and drew a yin-yang sword. It cut through the sky and slashed forward. An expert from the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground held a sledgehammer of thunder and smashed it down. All of a sudden, the geniuses of the various sacred grounds attacked one after another, causing the heavens and earth to explode. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The 3 divine crystals were pushed in different directions. Attack! Lin Xian let out a shout and took the lead. Chapter 2758. The cultivators of Immortal Palace, Jade Lake, and Purple Afterglow Holy Land all combined their formations and attacked rapidly. The battle erupted very suddenly. Lin Xian charged toward the nearest cultivator. His fist punched out, turning into a golden mountain that pressed down from the sky. The impact caused many people in the surroundings to vomit blood and retreat. The large bronze bell in the sky spun rapidly. With a clang, it formed a terrifying sound wave that spread in all directions toward Lin Xian. Boz! Boom! 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 Lin Xian's fist collided with the sound of the bell, producing a thunderous sound. Terrifying energy drowned out everything in the surroundings. Clang! Amidst the berserk energy, Lin Xian broke through the sound waves and arrived near the large bronze bell. His palm struck the large bronze bell and sent it flying. Puff! The expert from the Dao Yi Holy Land also retreated continuously, vomiting blood. Boz! However, at this moment, the myriad lightning hammer descended from the sky and smashed toward Lin Xian. Terrifying lightning pierced through the surroundings. The expert from the myriad lightning Holy Land had made his move. He was an unparalleled king. He had made his move to snatch the divine crystal. Moreover, he wanted to take revenge for the people of his Holy Land. The myriad lightning Holy Land had quite a bit of enmity with Lin Xian. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all when he attacked. Pang! The hammer fell, causing heaven and earth to collapse. The entire space was drowned out by berserk lightning. The light around Lin Xian was completely shattered by the hammer. The terrifying lightning rushed toward Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian used the yin-yang 8 steps. With a single step, he traversed the void and dodged the hammer. He frowned. This was because this hammer gave him a strong feeling of life-threatening danger. There was no need to think about it. This was a supreme treasure. Moreover, the one who attacked was a terrifying unparalleled king. Boz! 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 Lin Xian retreated. The other holy sons and heavenly prides quickly rushed forward to snatch the 2-meter-tall divine crystal. An expert from the All Beginnings Holy Land and a prince from the 9 Li dynasty arrived at the vicinity of the divine crystal. Their king domains were about to envelop the divine crystal. Right at that moment, that expert from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land attacked again. He waved the terrifying 10,000 lightning hammer and instantly shattered the 2 king domains. Boom! The All Beginnings Holy Land's expert screamed miserably. A bloody hole had appeared in his body, and his blood dyed the void red. Apart from that, the prince of the 9 Li dynasty was also in a miserable state. Both of their legs were blown off, and they screamed miserably. The 2 of them ran away madly. It recovered in the distance. Their faces were pale as they looked at the expert holding the Thunder God's hammer in horror. The surrounding robbers were also extremely shocked. Many of them stopped in their tracks, bewildered. It was too terrifying. The 10,000 Lightning Holy Land actually had such a terrifying thing. Previously, the Myriad Thunder Sage and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Land had been suppressed by Lin Xian. Thus, they started to look down on the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land from the bottom of their hearts. Who would have thought that such an expert would appear in the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land? Moreover, the Thunder God's hammer in his hand was too terrifying. Damn it! That's a half-sage artifact. An elder of the 9 Li dynasty had a gloomy expression as he hurriedly ordered his prince to retreat. The others also had terrified expressions. The might of a half-sage artifact when used by an unrivaled king was unimaginable. Although they were so far away, the power of thunder emitted from the hammer had already numbed their bodies and slowed their movements. This thing is mine. The 10,000 Lightning Holy Land's expert held the terrifying Thunder God's hammer as he looked around disdainfully. The surrounding people were shocked. They were unwilling to accept this, but they did not dare to step forward. Lin Xian coldly snorted and walked forward once more. You think you're unrivaled with a mere half-sage artifact? You're still far from it. He punched out, and golden light illuminated the surroundings. With a loud clang, the golden fist collided with the 10,000 lightning hammer, creating a heaven-shaking sound. The 10,000 lightning hammer retreated, and so did Lin Xian's palm. The 10,000 Lightning Holy Land's expert sneered. Brat, do you really think you can be arrogant just because you have the 9 Yang divine body? You don't put anyone in your eyes. Let me tell you, your 9 Yang divine body is useless in front of my 10,000 lightning hammer. If you don't scram, I'll beat you up. Insolence, he's too arrogant. The surrounding people trembled. No one dared to say such words to Lin Xian. Sure enough, Lin Xian's face darkened, and the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Isn't it just a half-sage artifact? Do you think I don't have one? He directly grabbed the 9-story pagoda and continued to enlarge it, turning it into a huge mountain. He grabbed the top of the pagoda and smashed the void. This scene was simply too frightening. The towering mountain was being waved around by Lin Xian like a peerless demon king. Boom! Boom! You're courting death. The 10,000 Lightning Holy Land's expert roared as the two of them fought. The 2 half-sage artifacts collided in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. The others were also looking for opportunities to launch sneak attacks. In short, the scene was extremely chaotic. Not only Lin Xian's side, but the other two divine crystals were also in the same situation. After all, this was very tempting. No one would give up something that belonged to humans. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The weaker cultivators had long retreated from the battlefield. The 3 2-meter-tall divine crystals were like small boats in the waves, constantly surging. Gradually, a crack appeared on one of the divine crystals. There was no other way. The surrounding energy was too terrifying. Even the aftermath of the energy was extremely terrifying. It was already very shocking that these divine crystals could withstand it until now. However, they really couldn't bear it anymore. Crack! Crack! The cracks on it grew bigger and bigger. Not only the first, but the second and third crystals also had cracks. This scene naturally caused the others to cry out in alarm. Someone screamed. The divine crystals had cracked. Everyone, prepare to snatch them. Everyone's souls covered the sky and the earth, constantly paying attention to the shattered divine crystals. As soon as the divine crystals cracked, they would attack crazily without caring about anything else. Lin Xian was also watching anxiously. However, in the next moment, his eyelids twitched. Fear rose in his heart. He quickly retreated as if he had seen a ghost. At the same time, he transmitted a message to the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, Shenjingqiu, and Peacock from Immortal Palace. Retreat, retreat quickly. Don't go near there. Kid, what happened? The dark red divine dragon was puzzled. Murong Qingqing, Shenjingqiu, and the others were also puzzled. Peacock and the others were convinced and quickly retreated. Lin Xian transmitted his message again. He didn't have time to explain and quickly retreated. Okay, Brother Xian. Shenjingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and their respective people retreated. The dark red divine dragon also retreated unwillingly. This scene made the surrounding people puzzled. What was going on? Were Lin Xian and the others going to give up? So what if that kid was strong? He had offended too many factions and sacred grounds. So many people wanted his life. If he dared to snatch it, those experts would join forces and he would be finished. Someone sneered. Indeed, he had offended too many sacred grounds. There was no place for him in the future. Chapter 2759. The dark red divine dragon and the others came to Lin Xian's side and quickly asked, Kid, what's going on? Could it be that you're really scared? What a joke. Lin Xian shook his head and said, I just saw the eyelids of the people in the divine crystals move. What? Eyelids move. The dark red divine dragon was stunned. Shenjingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and the others' expressions also changed. Are you saying that they're still alive? No way, how could they still be alive after tens of thousands of years? These people were in disbelief, and Peacock and the others were even paler. Lin Xian said, I can't be wrong. Indeed, he had infinite confidence in the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was an incomparably magical pupil technique, how could he be wrong? Could it be, the dark red divine dragon's heart was also beating wildly. Kid, you might not be wrong. This matter is going to be serious. Let's hurry up and escape. His expression became very ugly. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be puzzled. What do you know? I remember an ancient legend. The dark red divine dragon swallowed his saliva. Do you know that in ancient times, those powerful forces and races would use divine crystals to seal their descendants or preserve their lives? This way, the consumption of life force would be minimized. Moreover, the huge amount of divine crystals could increase their strength, and they wouldn't die even after tens of thousands of years. As long as the time is right and the divine crystals are broken, they will revive. Previously, we saw a 2-meter divine crystal, but we were wrong. When this divine crystal was first sealed, it might have been dozens or hundreds of meters. After countless years of consumption, only 2 meters are left. You're saying that they're from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. That's right, that's definitely right. Don't attack anymore. The dark red divine dragon said quickly. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy as he looked ahead. Sure enough, more and more divine crystals were shattering. Finally, the figure in the first divine crystal opened his eyes. At the same time, the divine crystal on his body also shattered into pieces. Hurry up and snatch it. Around him, the warriors frantically attacked. However, in the next moment, they screamed. He opened his eyes. He's alive. How could it be like this? These people were frightened out of their wits. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere. The man who walked out of the divine crystal quickly made his move. His arm slashed forward like a heavenly blade. Puff! Puff! In an instant, 5 or 6 heads flew up like shooting stars, and blood dyed the sky red. This scene directly frightened those martial artists in the surroundings. Their eyes widened as they stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. What's going on? How could the person inside the divine crystal be alive? Moreover, he had made a move, and his strength was so terrifying. Damn it, who is this person? Could it be the expert from the Shatter Dynasty? Was he from the ancient times? They were puzzled. Among them, the older generation experts all shouted coldly. Who are you? How dare you attack us? Tell me your secrets. No one answered. The expert who walked out of the divine crystal was wearing blue battle armor. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He reached out with his large hands, which transformed into 2 huge mountains that directly crushed the surroundings. The surrounding warriors fought back one after another, but the person in front of them was too terrifying. He had definitely reached the level of an invincible king. Those who were weaker were mercilessly blasted apart. You're courting death. Get lost. The 2 peerless geniuses charged over. The 2 sabers in their hands slashed out like dragons that were thousands of feet long. They descended from the sky and fought with the person in front of them. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. However, the 2 saber lights shattered with a loud bang, splitting apart from the middle. The blue-clothed man turned around, and his eyes turned into 2 blood arrows that pierced through the void. He blasted the 2 young geniuses away. Retreat! He's too strong. Damn it, what kind of physique does he have? How can he be so tyrannical? The surrounding people were stunned. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others were also surprised. The 2 young geniuses were also quite strong. When they attacked, they could threaten an invincible king. However, the person in front of them didn't dodge at all. He directly shattered the 2 saber lights with the strength of his physical body. This scene really surprised them. Needless to say, the other party's physique was very special. Could it be that this was also a kind of transformation? Abnormal physique. They didn't know, and they couldn't understand. Roar! After blasting the 2 young geniuses away, the blue-clothed man roared at the sky. His terrifying roar echoed in all directions. The surrounding aura of the Tao of Dragons accompanied his roar and surged non-stop. One after another, huge dragons rushed into the clouds. Crack! Crack! The surrounding people were stunned because they saw a frightening scene. The blue-clothed man's body continued to grow. Purple scales appeared on his originally normal skin. They were densely packed and looked extremely terrifying. His body also continued to grow taller. 5 meters, 10 meters, dozens of meters. Finally, he turned into a monster that was close to 100 meters tall. Roar! A loud voice resounded through the 9 heavens. A huge purple tail kept twitching, shattering the void. He wasn't human, he was a demon. What was this? A human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. The surrounding people were stunned. The dark red dragon's expression was solemn. Damn it, that's right. Something from the 10,000 dragon suppression has appeared. Kid, hurry up and leave. These are all ancient demon beasts. They're all related to dragons. This time, the dark red dragon didn't send a voice transmission, so the surrounding warriors all heard it. What? This isn't the destroyed dynasty, but the existence in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn it. Their faces turned green. They actually provoked such an existence. Hurry up and leave. Oh no, don't let the other 2 shatter. They looked at the other 2 divine crystals. Now, they were no longer greedy. Instead, they were worried. If 2 more demons rushed out, then they would really be dead. What they were worried about really happened. The other 2 divine crystals also cracked and shattered. Then, 2 figures opened their eyes. They also roared, and dragon scales appeared on their bodies. One of them turned into a red fire dragon and spat out flames that filled the sky. The other one had a pair of black wings on its back and flew in the sky. Chapter 2760. The 3 monster kings attacked crazily. Many people were directly blasted apart. Blood dyed the sky red. Those who were stronger didn't dare to resist head-on. Who knew if there were other terrifying existences in the sinkhole? Hence, these people fled crazily. On Lin Xian's side, he was targeted by the monster king who could fly. He was very fast, like a bolt of lightning, blocking the path of Lin Xian and the others. Lowly humans, go to hell. He opened his mouth and spat out black light waves, transforming into black blades that enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others quickly attacked, sending the light that filled the sky flying. The dark red divine dragon roared. Fuck, if I don't show my might, do you all want to die? His body expanded again, transforming into a 5-clawed divine dragon that roared towards the sky. A terrifying dragon might surged into the 9 heavens. Buzz! The black monster king in front was stunned. He was stunned in midair. What was going on? A dragon. A dragon was among the humans. Who are you? The 2 monster kings in the distance were also stunned. They stared at the dark red divine dragon. Who am I? I am your master. I am your king. Hurry up and kneel on the ground. The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. Its dragon head emitted a terrifying aura. A dragon, it was actually a purebred dragon. This stunned the 3 monster kings. What was going on? Could it be that the supreme existence in the nest of 10,000 dragons had revived? But why was he with the humans? No, damn it, you are not a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Who are you? Where are you from? Why do you want to occupy our nest of 10,000 dragons? Damn it, this was a conspiracy. They screamed crazily. Kill him. Kill everyone. No one was allowed to threaten the nest of 10,000 dragons. Boom! An earth-shattering battle erupted, affecting all the people present. Everyone was fighting with all their might because they didn't want to be killed. Roar! The fire monster king roared. An endless sea of fire spread and enveloped everything. The black-winged monster king in front also charged over. The black wings transformed into two heavenly blades that slashed down at the dark red divine dragon, wanting to kill him. Clang! The black wings collided with the dark red divine dragon's body, emitting an earth-shattering sound. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth in pain, but his body was abnormally strong. From the looks of it, he wasn't weaker than Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body, so he wasn't injured. But the dark red divine dragon was clearly enraged. Courting death won. His body quickly shrank, and in this way, his attacks became more agile. He and the black-winged monster king. Brat, come over and help me deal with it. They might know what's going on inside. The dark red dragon called out to Lin Xian. Indeed, these three fellows were from the nest of 10,000 dragons. If they could really control these three fellows, it would be of great benefit to them. At the thought of this, Lin Xian did not hesitate and quickly charged forward. The three frightening demon kings roared. The black-winged demon king was like a bolt of lightning, moving at an extremely fast speed. Almost no one could keep up with his speed. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and used Yin-Yang 8 steps. His speed was also boundlessly fast. Boom! 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 He caught up to the black feather monster king. His terrifying fists moved and exploded in all directions. The terrifying energy came crashing down like a mountain. The black feather monster king was extremely surprised. He could actually keep up with his speed. He quickly flashed and dodged these attacks. His cold gaze stared at Lin Xian. Roar! Lowly human, die! He roared angrily, and a terrifying pressure emitted from his body, directly shaking the soul and bloodline. He naturally wanted to distinguish the black feather monster king's true body. Found it. Although the other party's clones were very magical, how could they escape the detection of the heavenly secret divine eyes? Lin Xian quickly locked onto the other party's true body. His golden palm stretched out, covering the sky and earth, enveloping the true body. What? I've been discovered. This is impossible. The black feather monster king was shocked. The human brat in front of him had given him too many surprises. He could actually discover the location of his true body in an instant. This guy must have guessed it. However, since you're facing my true body, I'll shatter your palm. He sneered. As a monster king who was related to dragons, his physique was powerful, far beyond the imagination of these humans. Only a small number of geniuses were able to resist, but they were still forced to retreat. Black Feather Demon King was too terrifying. He was fighting against so many powerhouses alone, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. After forcing back the surrounding cultivators, Black Feather Demon King's cold eyes stared at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. But soon, he locked onto Lin Xian. The dark red divine dragon was a dragon. He didn't want to make a move. Even if he wanted to make a move, he would let the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons do it. The one he wanted to kill was this kid in front of him. The other party was too strange. He had to kill him. Black Feather Sword. On the wings behind him, countless black feathers fluttered and spun in front of him, condensing into a large black feather sword. He held it in his hand. With a light wave, it tore through the void. These feathers were even more terrifying than King Kong. At this moment, the black feather sword was truly a powerful killing weapon. Kill! With a furious roar, he quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. He was not afraid at all. He also drew his Dragon Abyss Valley sword and fought against him. The two swords clashed in the air like two mountains constantly colliding. Every strike shattered the starry sky and dimmed the sun and moon. Damn it, why was this kid's sword technique so powerful? Black Feather Demon King's arm went numb. The other party's strength was too strong, especially the other party's sword energy. It was incomparably sharp, making his hair stand on end. Not good. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Because he discovered that another sword light had appeared on the other party's left hand. This sword light was like a dragon. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a peerless aura that made his scalp go numb. His heart was thumping wildly as he quickly dodged the attack. He knew that this was the other party's killing move and that he couldn't resist it head-on. Therefore, black runes flickered all over his body as he displayed his strongest physique. At the same time, his speed was extremely fast. Pooh! Lin Xian took out a dragon-shaped sword shadow and stabbed out. Blood splattered and countless black feathers danced in the air. This sword pierced through Black Feather Demon King's body. Blood instantly splattered out. This wasn't red blood, but black blood. It was extremely strange. Every drop pierced through the void, bringing with it an incomparably demonic blood aura that made one's scalp go numb. Dodge quickly. Don't let this blood touch you. The surrounding warriors dodged frantically. Lin Xian was not afraid. His 9-yang divine body bloomed with light, blocking everything. The black blood couldn't get close to him at all. Ah! Black Feather Demon King's body was pierced through by the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He was nailed to the air and let out a miserable cry. His face was incomparably distorted, becoming even more ferocious. The terrifying sound waves were like waves, roaring into the 9 heavens. The entire space trembled as if it was about to be overturned. Damn it, what was going on? Black Feather was actually injured. In the distance, the other 2 demon kings had solemn expressions. They didn't expect that someone could injure Black Feather. Who was it? Was he a young Heaven's Chosen? Damn it, when did such a powerful person appear in the human race? It wasn't just one of them. Their faces were pale because they discovered that Yi Wudao and Dushless were also incomparably powerful. They were also abnormally uncomfortable from being beaten up. Save Black Feather. The sword in that kid's hand was very strange. He should be related to the dragons. The 2 demon kings charged over. Your opponent is me. Yi Wudao stood out and blocked the dozens of meters tall demon kings. Golden light soared into the sky from his body, forming a golden giant. He fought with the demon kings. On the other side, Dustless fought against the fire demon king. Flower pinching finger. Soul attack. Damn it, how could this brat's soul attack be so powerful? The Black Feather King had gone crazy, but he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Soul Mirror, block it for me. As an ancient beast king, he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Soon, his soul condensed into a soul mirror, blocking the terrifying soul fire around him. However, the good times didn't last long. At this moment, the snow-white monkey appeared beside the Black Feather King again. With a slap of its claws, the Black Feather King was stunned for 3 seconds. These 3 seconds were going to cost him his life. The soul mirror shattered, and Black Rock's soul was burned until it was extremely weak. Buzz! In Lin Xian's left eye, mysterious golden runes appeared. He wanted to forcefully control the Black Feather King and make him his slave. This way, he would be able to control the other party and understand the secrets of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Ah, the Black Feather King rolled in the sky. His body was split into two halves as he kept rolling. He wanted to get rid of the control of the soul imprint. However, Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eye was too mysterious. In the end, he still planted a soul imprint. This made the Black Feather King become Lin Xian's slave. He recovered and knelt down to listen to orders. Lin Xian was like a supreme king as he issued an order. The Black Feather King's broken body quickly healed. Then, he knelt down on one knee and bowed to his master. Seeing this scene, everyone around went crazy. Whether it was the saint, the geniuses, or the two demon kings in the distance, they were all stunned. What was going on? The Black Feather King was actually controlled. This Lin Xian actually had such a method. The human cultivators were extremely shocked as they looked at Lin Xian with fear written all over their faces. The other two demon kings glanced at each other before turning around and fleeing. It was too terrifying. These humans were already so terrifying that they didn't dare to make a move. They could only leave first. The two of them forced Yi Wudao and Wu Chen back. Using all their strength, they turned into streams of light and fled. Yi Wudao and Wu Chen didn't make another move. Instead, they turned to look at Lin Xian and the Black Feather King beside him. With a flash, the two of them flew forward. The surrounding humans also gathered towards Lin Xian. In an instant, they all gathered around Lin Xian. Brother Lin really had a good method. Wu Chen's eyes lit up. The 1-pound leaf Dao denier also asked, Brother Lin, are you controlling me? Lin Xian nodded, then looked at the Black Feather King. Tell him what you know. The Black Feather King knelt on one knee on the ground in a very respectful manner. He said in a deep voice. In ancient times, the powerful existence of the nest of 10,000 dragons deduced that there would be a world-destroying crisis. It was not suitable for survival at all. Therefore, the entire nest of 10,000 dragons was sealed, waiting for the crisis to be resolved. Then, it would recover and rule the world. It turned out to be such a thing. This was not the burial ground of the dragons, but the resting ground. Oh heavens, they seemed to have discovered an incredible secret. Originally, they thought that this was the ancient tomb of the dragons, where countless dragons' corpses and treasures were buried. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. For unknown reasons, these dragons had sealed themselves and fallen into a deep sleep. They hoped that they would wake up after the danger was resolved. In other words, the real dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons were probably sealed in divine crystals like the three demon kings in front of them. As long as the divine crystals were broken, these terrifying dragons would awaken. Oh heavens, everyone's faces were filled with fear as their bodies trembled. The three demon kings were already so terrifying. How terrifying would the real dragons be? Chapter 2763. Not good, our sect leaders are in danger. Many elders and powerhouses of the sacred grounds changed their expressions. They had to inform them. Indeed, what they needed to do now was not to explore the nest of 10,000 dragons. Instead, they had to leave this place quickly. It would be best if they could use a peerless array formation to seal this place forever. Otherwise, when those dragons revived and appeared on the ground, the entire world would be destroyed. Then, the entire world would be plunged into misery and suffering, and war would break out. At that time, it was really unknown whether the human race would be able to resist. Therefore, these people's faces were filled with fear. They hurriedly activated their secret techniques in an attempt to contact their sect leaders. But just like before, they couldn't contact them at all. What's going on? Lin Xian asked with a frown. The Black Feather King said respectfully. The peerless array formation enveloped the entire nest of 10,000 dragons, preventing long-distance communication. How much do you know about the nest of 10,000 dragons? Lead us to the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Since they couldn't contact those sacred leaders, they could only search for them personally. Hopefully, these sect leaders hadn't reached the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 dragons yet. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons were mysterious. The Queen Mother, Li Xuanxian, the Yi family patriarch, and the other sacred leaders set off again. They went deeper. In front of them, a small black mountain appeared. This scene surprised Li Xuanxian, the Queen Mother, and the others. Speed up. These sacred leaders and sect leaders were very powerful. They arrived near the Black Mountain in an instant. However, when they arrived, they were surprised to find that it wasn't a mountain. It was an altar. The four symbols sacred leader exclaimed. The others also frowned. The altar of the dragons. The runes on it were so strange. They were different from those of the human race. The Yi family's grand elder also frowned. At this moment, all the powerhouses' eyes flickered. They wanted to crack the runes of the dragons, but they couldn't do it. There seemed to be another altar in front of them. It was even taller. The Taishan sacred leader used the Eye of Stars and looked around. Soon, he locked onto a direction and walked over to take a look. These sacred leaders and sect leaders moved again. That's right, this time, the altar was even larger. It was like a mountain standing in front of them. Before they even got close, the sacred leaders and sect masters stopped. They could feel a shocking energy coming from the front. That aura was so oppressive that they could not breathe. This was just too terrifying. What kind of status did they have? What kind of people did they have? What kind of things had they not seen before? But now, in front of the black altar, they actually felt a trace of fear. Buzz the Great Development Sacred Lord coldly snorted and took out a saint sword. This was a true saint weapon. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a terrifying saint aura that enveloped the elders of the Dayan sacred ground. The other sacred leaders and sect leaders also used their own techniques to resist the terrifying saint aura. The patriarch of the Yi family and the patriarch of the Gu family had grave expressions on their faces. The patriarch of the Yi family emitted a golden light, as if he was a real golden god of war. The surroundings of the head of the Gu clan were mysterious. His body seemed to have merged with the void and completely disappeared. Both of them were clan leaders of Clan of the Ancients. Their strength was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived near the black altar. In the next moment, the members of the Yi family screamed. Damn it, Emperor runes. This was a Dao rune set up by a great emperor. The two of them frantically retreated as if they had seen a ghost. If there were other martial artists who saw this scene, they would definitely be stunned. Something that could make them so terrified was definitely not simple. As expected, when the other sacred leaders and sect leaders heard this, they also frowned. What? Runes set up by a great emperor. Are you sure? Their eyes emitted a piercing light as they carefully looked ahead. Indeed, there was an array near the black altar. Although it was only a corner, the aura that it emitted was terrifying. Don't act rashly. This Emperor rune is still in a closed state. Don't activate it. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape. Sacred Leader Dowie said in a deep voice. The others were even more shocked, especially those sacred grounds and family clans that had come out before. A corner of the Emperor rune was only in a closed state, but the aura it emitted was as deep as the ocean. If it was activated, it would pierce through the sky. Even if they had sacred weapons, they would not be able to resist it. What should we do? Should we retreat? An elder asked. However, the Yi family leader, Gu family leader, Queen Mother of the West, and the others shook their heads. The Emperor rune was such a rare thing. Why should they retreat? That's right. Why should they give up such a good opportunity to comprehend it? If they could comprehend even a little bit, it would be of great help to them. The head of the Yi family also spoke. The others' eyes were shining, and their eyes were burning. Indeed, as long as they were careful, they could comprehend the runes left behind by the great emperor. Great emperors were existences that had existed for thousands of years and dominated the world. The things that they left behind were definitely terrifying. No matter how powerful these sacred leaders and sect leaders were, they could not be compared to the great emperors. Therefore, they only wanted to comprehend it quickly. Buzz. These experts all sat down cross-legged. Their eyes were like divine lamps as they began to comprehend the corner of the Emperor rune. To be honest, if it was possible, they would be willing to stay here and comprehend it for decades or even centuries. However, they knew that it was impossible. A few days later, many sacred leaders and sect leaders opened their eyes and looked behind them. There was a wave of energy coming from behind. Who was it? Could it be that their saints had come? That was impossible. How could they come here? These sacred leaders and sect elders discussed animatedly. Could it be that the thing in the nest of 10,000 dragons had revived? This was what they were even more worried about. After all, they still didn't know that this was the place of eternal rest. They thought that this was an ancient tomb, so if there was a corpse transformation or something like that, it might be very terrifying. These sacred leaders and sect leaders stopped comprehending and stood up. Their gazes were gloomy, and their auras were about to erupt at any time. However, gradually, their expressions changed. No, the aura wasn't that strong, and it was very familiar. That's right, this is the aura of our sacred land. Golden Qi in blood, a disciple of the Yi family. Exclamations could be heard one after another. It was their people. They were too surprised. They had to be careful when they came to this place. How did those young disciples come here? Their speed was too fast, wasn't it? Could it be an illusion? To be honest, these sacred leaders and sect leaders were still extremely careful. Sure enough, a group of people appeared behind them. They were a dark mass and were quickly rushing over. The few at the front were very heroic and extraordinary. One was surrounded by sword light like a peerless sword god, while the other was surrounded by golden qi and blood like a golden war god. Chapter 2764. The people around them were also outstanding. The auras on their bodies were powerful, creating a strange phenomenon in the world. Elders. Sect leader. Sacred leader. The people behind them were Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others. They had come here under the guidance of Black Feather Demon King. They didn't expect to see their sacred leader. The disciples shouted crazily. They had no choice. The previous experience was too terrifying. Although it had only been 2 or 3 times, it had greatly reduced their strength. Now, there weren't many of them left. Most of them had been killed. It's really our people. It's not an illusion. The sacred leader spoke. There was a mysterious aura on Shi Wangmu. The Taishan sacred leader's eye of the stars could see through everything. The yin-yang mirror above the yin-yang sect leader's head shone in all directions. It was real this time. It wasn't an illusion. The others heaved a sigh of relief. They waved their hands and shot out beams of light that filled the sky. It was as if the path to heaven was beginning to lead their disciples. Li Xuanxian and the chief enforcer also led Lin Xian and the others over. How did you get here? A grand elder of the moon-worshipping cult asked curiously. Yes, the journey was so dangerous. The slightest carelessness could have led to eternal damnation. They had been walking carefully. How could their disciples have arrived so quickly? Elders, sect leaders. This question caused many of the Holy Land's cultivators to cry. If others saw this scene, they would be stunned. One had to know that these were top geniuses, peerless experts. But at this moment, they were crying like children. They felt wronged. This scene was too shocking. The elders and sect leaders frowned. They looked around, and then their faces turned gloomy. What's going on? Why are there so few people left? Where are the others? Are they behind us? Wu Dao, what's going on? The Yi family patriarch frowned. What's going on? It's a long story. We're in danger. Yi Wudao's mood was also gloomy. His Yi family had lost many disciples. The cultivators of the other sacred lands were crying. Many of them had been killed. What? The elders' expressions changed, and the sacred lords frowned. What's going on? Tell me the details. Soon, the sacred leaders learned about what had happened. The frozen princess, the world-destroying formation, the sky full of divinity crystals, and the saint's shield with a weapon spirit. Each and every one of them surprised them. They didn't expect that the place that they thought was safe to be hiding such a terrifying danger. As for the majority of their disciples, they were directly killed in these dangerous situations. This made their hearts bleed. The ones who had come this time around were all elite geniuses. Losing even one of them would be extremely painful. Moreover, they had lost so much. Then, how did you get here? Another elder asked the same question. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. In an instant, all the sacred masters and sacred masters turned to look at Lin Xian. Li Xuanxian, the head protector, and the others were also extremely shocked. What was going on? Could it be that their palace master had led everyone here? They didn't know. Lin Xian was being stared at by so many saint and sect masters, and the pressure on him increased exponentially. He took a deep breath and circulated the great dragon sword soul in his body to resist the pressure. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a figure walked out from behind him. A demon king. The elders were shocked, and the sacred masters and sacred masters frowned. Palace Master Lin, what's going on? Queen Mother of the West asked. Lin Xian said, we encountered 3 demon kings along the way. I controlled one of them, and through him, we came here. Speaking of this, Lin Xian's expression became solemn. This is also the reason why we came to find you. I'm afraid that the matter is serious. This nest of 10,000 dragons isn't as simple as we think. You don't have to say that, we know that too. Sacred Leader 10,000 Thunder snorted coldly. Obviously, he still had a murderous intent towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at him and frowned. Oh, if you don't want to listen, you can leave immediately. I won't stop you. At that time, everyone from the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground will be buried here. It has nothing to do with me. Kid, what did you say? You're courting death. The elders of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground were also furious. Sacred Leader 10,000 Thunder's face darkened. Although he called Lin Xian Palace Master, in his heart, he didn't treat Lin Xian as the Palace Master at all. The other party was at most a young genius. How could he be on equal footing with them? However, the new powerhouses of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground said, "Sect Master, please calm down. Don't be rash." Yes, the situation was really serious. Hearing this, the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground were shocked. Sacred Leader 10,000 Thunder also asked, "What's going on?" "Palace Master Lin, you should tell us." The Yi family also spoke. "We encountered 3 demon kings sealed by divine crystals. These demon kings are not dead, but in a deep sleep. According to our guess, they should be demon kings sealed by divine crystals in ancient times. The Black Feather Demon King in front of me is one of them. He was controlled by me, and the other 2 escaped. According to my inquiry, the nest of 10,000 dragons is not the burial place of dragons, but a place of deep sleep. In the entire nest of 10,000 dragons, all the dragons are not dead. They are all sealed by divine crystals, as if they are avoiding a huge crisis. They are hoping that after the crisis is resolved, they will revive and rule the world." "What? You're saying that the dragons are not dead? This is not an ancient tomb. This is just a place where they sleep." The elders were all stunned. This was definitely a shocking piece of news. "Indeed." Lin Xian nodded. "We can't use the array formation to send messages, so we can only come to you personally." The expressions of these sacred leaders and sect masters became incomparably ugly. The Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family head, the Gu family head, Li Xuanxian, and the Emperor Lords also had incomparably solemn expressions. If that was really the case, then things were really troublesome. The nest of 10,000 dragons was a terrifying existence. Dragons were a legendary race. They had never seen them before. They thought that dragons had become completely extinct after ancient times. Who would have thought that the dragons were not extinct, but sealed automatically and slept until now? What were they trying to do? Why were they sleeping? What kind of crisis were they trying to avoid? The sacred leaders and sect masters didn't know. They felt that they seemed to have poked a hole in the sky. If the dragons really revived and those legendary dragons appeared on the ground, it wouldn't be a good thing for humans. After all, dragons were the leaders of the myriad races. Although they were called divine beasts, there was still a world of difference between them and humans. These clan of the ancients and the sacred grounds great sects had been around for a long time. Naturally, they knew what happened in ancient times and even more ancient times. At that time, humans didn't rule the world, but were just one of the myriad ancient races. Chapter 2765. They ruled the world and dominated the world. Back then, the human race was living in the cracks. Later on, the 10,000 ancient races disappeared one after another. On the human side, geniuses emerged in large numbers. There were even a few great emperors who swept through the ages. That was how the human race grew from a weak state to a rapid growth. Finally, after countless generations of accumulation, they became the current overlords of the true spirit world. However, although they were the overlords, these sacred lords knew that the human race did not control the entire true spirit world. They only controlled a part of it. There were also some forbidden areas and endless darkness that they did not explore at all. The demon race lived in the vast mountains. They were not weaker than the human race, but they were hibernating. The vast sea had terrifying sea demons and sea beasts. The human race did not dare to rashly step into it. They could only use teleportation arrays to teleport. It could be said that the human race had reached a balance at its peak. However, what if the dragons woke up and reappeared on the earth? Who knew if they would lead the other demon races to compete with the human race and seize the entire world? What should they do? Should they continue? The sacred lords and sect masters frowned, their eyes flickering. To be honest, they knew that this matter was very dangerous. However, they were unwilling to go back like this. So what if the dragon clan was in hibernation? They wanted to see with their own eyes what the legendary dragon clan looked like. Of course, the surviving disciples shook their heads frantically. Sect Master, hurry up and seal the entrance with a peerless array. Don't let anyone in, and don't let the dragons out. They were truly afraid. A single array diagram could mercilessly crush them, let alone the real dragons. However, the sacred lords and elders frowned and shut their mouths. They waited obediently. They were all experts, much stronger than the young disciples. Therefore, their thoughts were deeper. The dragons were sleeping. In that case, this was their nest. There must be endless treasures inside. Indeed, if they could obtain one or two, it would be of great benefit to them. Many sacred lords and sect masters had fiery gazes. However, there were also some people who had grave expressions. They knew that this matter was not a joke. If they really provoked the sleeping dragons and woke them up, things would be dangerous. Therefore, for a time, these sacred leaders and sect masters were in a deadlock as they discussed animatedly. However, at this moment, Sacred Leader 10,000 Thunder frowned. What was that smell? How fragrant! Everyone else also began to probe. That's right, it smells good. Who's barbecuing? Stupid, this is not the smell of barbecued meat, this is the smell of spirit medicine. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also astonished. They had indeed smelled the scent of spiritual herbs. Sure enough, there were many treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons. It seemed like a stalk of spiritual medicine was about to mature. The sacred leaders and patriarchs laughed. They saw this as an opportunity. Let's go and take a look first. Who knows, the spiritual medicine might still be far from those dragons. Many sacred leaders and sect masters soared into the sky, and the elders followed suit. When Shi Wangmu, the Yi clan's clan head, Li Xuanxian, and the others saw this scene, they sighed. Let's go and take a look as well. To be honest, they were also a little tempted. As the fragrance flew, Lin Xian felt that the fragrance was getting thicker and thicker. The dark red dragon was shocked. The other disciples exclaimed one after another. Oh heavens, what kind of elixir is this? I can recover from my injuries just by taking a breath. They were too shocked. In the previous battle, many of them had been seriously injured, and they probably wouldn't be able to recover for a few years. But now, a single breath of the fragrance had allowed them to recover to their original state. This medicinal effect was too heaven-defying. Perhaps even a sacred medicine wasn't this terrifying. These people guessed one after another. Could it be a legendary immortal medicine? These disciples were shocked, but the sacred leaders and patriarchs were even more tempted. This was definitely a stalk of divine medicine. They had to get their hands on it so that this trip wouldn't be in vain. Even those living fossils were even more excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They didn't have much lifespan left. If they could obtain a few stalks of spiritual herbs in the nest of 10,000 dragons, they might be able to extend their lives. The temptation of being alive was too great for these people. For a moment, everyone sped up. The surrounding aura of the Tao of dragons became denser and denser, turning into dragon shadows that moved freely in the sky. And that fragrance was even more tempting. In fact, everyone felt that their spiritual power was beginning to increase. Gradually, a mountain range appeared in front of them, as if 10,000 dragons were lying down. On the mountain range, there were pitch-black black holes one after another. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing these black holes, Lin Xian and the other young geniuses trembled. They recalled the terrifying sinkhole. Therefore, they hurriedly reminded them. Lin Xian even reminded Li Xuanxian, the head guardian, and the others to be careful. Li Xuanxian, the head guardian, and the others had solemn expressions. The Yi family's patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others were also cautious. They stopped in front of the black holes one after another, bewildered. What a terrifying aura! I actually feel a chill down my spine. The elders of the sacred lands frowned. Something was about to float out. Someone shouted. Sure enough, countless auras of the Tao of Dragons surged in those black holes like swimming dragons. When those black holes bulged out, they brought with them a few things. They were divine crystals. 2 meters, 3 meters, and 5 meters of divine crystals. Inside those divine crystals, there were figures sealed in ice. Not good, it's the powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The young disciples exclaimed. The sacred lords also frowned. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the people inside the divine crystals. Were these the powerhouses sealed in the nest of 10,000 dragons? They actually used divine crystals to seal them. How extravagant! These people stared at the largest divine crystal with envious faces. However, after the reminder of the disciples, they wouldn't make a move easily. After all, these powerhouses had been passed down from ancient times. The fact that they could survive after being sealed represented their strength and identity. If such a person were to revive, he would definitely be incomparably terrifying. Moreover, there wasn't just one cave. There were probably many such existences in each cave. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to gain an advantage. However, they heaved a sigh of relief because they discovered that these sealed powerhouses didn't come out because of them. It was because of these auras of the Tao of Dragons that they fluctuated unsteadily. As expected, as more auras of the Tao of Dragons entered, the divine crystals of these sealed powerhouses once again entered the black holes. From time to time, divine crystals would emerge from those black holes. When a divine crystal appeared in the top black hole, the sacred lords and sect masters all had goosebumps. Those young disciples couldn't even breathe. Chapter 2766. That's right, everyone else felt it even without him saying it. This divine crystal was about 10 meters tall, and there was a man sealed inside. This man was wearing a purple robe and looked like an emperor. Although he had a human form, it was obvious that he was different from humans. He had claws, scales, and a tail. This was a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Moreover, the aura on his body was too terrifying. Even though he was sealed, he could still emit such a monstrous aura that made the sacred leader and sect leader feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Everyone, be careful not to alarm him. In the Yi family, the Queen Mother and the others quickly spoke. The others nodded frantically. They stood there motionless, not even daring to breathe loudly. They only heaved a sigh of relief when the tall divine crystal re-entered the black hole. How terrifying! Was this a dragon? They were extremely shocked. They thought that dragons were like the legends, but they didn't expect them to be in human form. It was normal. When a beast reached a certain level of strength, it could transform into a human, let alone dragons. Next, everyone witnessed this scene again. One by one, divine crystals appeared from the black hole and drilled into it. The dark red divine dragon frowned. No, it wasn't just the dragons. There were other races too. Damn it, how many things were there in the myriad dragon suppression? What did you discover? Lin Xian asked. Other than the dragons, I also discovered some other races. They are also very powerful. These races belong to the 10,000 ancient races, but they have other titles. What titles? Lin Xian was puzzled. The dark red divine dragon took a deep breath. The primordial royal race. That was an extremely terrifying race among the 10,000 ancient races. Let's put it this way, the war race and the celestial race were royal races among the 10,000 ancient races back then. Lin Xian was also shocked when he heard this. He knew how powerful the war race and the celestial race were. Not to mention the older generation, even the younger generation was terrifying. According to the dark red divine dragon's description, there were many royal races among the 10,000 ancient races. If a batch of them were resurrected, they would be unimaginably terrifying existences. The dark red divine dragon wasn't the only one who knew about this ancient secret. The Queen Mother, Yi family, Gu family, and other long-established families naturally knew about it too. Therefore, they were extra careful. Let's go around them and not alarm them. The head of the Yi family said in a deep voice. Everyone prepared to move. However, at that moment, that alluring fragrance was emitted again. Furthermore, it was so strong that it made everyone feel as if it was right beside them. The sacred lords stopped once again and scanned the surroundings with their eyes. Over there. Finally, someone discovered it. At the foot of the mountain ahead, there was a plant that was surrounded by countless auras of the Tao of Dragons. Previously, the aura of the Tao of Dragon was too dense, so they didn't notice it at all. Now that the aura of the Tao of Dragon flowed, the plant finally appeared. When the Dragon Island aura on the plant was getting lesser and lesser, the fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that this was a type of saint medicine? Many elders began to tremble in excitement. There was nothing they could do about it. This had already exceeded their understanding. Perhaps only a peerless sacred medicine could be so terrifying. However, the Yi family's patriarch, the Gu family's patriarch and the others all shook their heads. No, it wasn't a panacea. Their clans also had sacred medicines, but even sacred medicines did not have such power. It was too shocking. It was hard for them to imagine. Chapter 2767. Oh no, it's going to run. Catch it. Don't let it run away. Exclamations could be heard one after another. These people were extremely excited. At the same time, they were wild with joy. If the immortal divine herb left this giant mountain, then they would be able to show off their skills. After all, in front of these slumbering ancient royal family members, they didn't dare to make too many moves. The Yi family, Gu family, Jade Pool, and the others all used their strength and divine abilities, but they didn't succeed. They weren't discouraged. This was normal. The immortal divine herb was a spiritual herb exclusive to great emperors. It would be abnormal if it was so easy to be collected by them. On the immortal palace's side, Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the others also used their methods, but they also couldn't collect it. However, their thoughts weren't here because they felt that with their strength, it would be difficult to collect this kind of thing. Therefore, they still thought of a way to inform the old palace master. The old palace master, Xia Jiuyo, was here. With his strength, he could definitely collect it. If the old palace master could collect it, then their immortal palace wouldn't have to fear any sacred ground or sect in the future. They wouldn't even have to fear the ancient families. However, what shocked them was that the nest of 10,000 dragons was too strange. Their divine abilities and techniques were actually unable to send out any information. Therefore, for a moment, Li Xuanhuan, the great guardian, and the others all frowned. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he continued to watch the battle. The dark red divine dragon's eyes were red. He said, "Kid, aren't you tempted? Why don't we make a move too?" Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Stop fooling around. Even the sacred leader and sect master can't catch it. How can the two of us? Right? Lin Xian looked at the snow-white little monkey on his shoulder. The snow-white little monkey grimaced and scratched his ears and cheeks. He had already tried countless times and used the treasure bowl on his head. However, he couldn't steal the immortal divine herb at all. However, the fragrance of the immortal divine herb made him salivate. Therefore, the little guy jumped around anxiously. Great Void Technique. A grand elder of the Gu family suddenly made a move and appeared at the foot of the mountain. He grabbed the immortal divine herb with one hand. The immortal divine herb turned into a dragon and quickly flew up, narrowly dodging this attack. Then, it flew upward. Seeing this, the supreme elder of the Gu clan sighed. He executed the Great Void art and quickly returned to the Gu clan. There was nothing he could do about it. Now that his attack had failed, he didn't dare to stay any longer. That was because as soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he felt his blood run cold. It was as if there was a terrifying power that wanted to tear him apart. He had to leave as soon as possible. The figure of the Gu clan's supreme elder flickered and he retreated into the distance. Everyone cried out in surprise again. The warriors of the Gu clan sighed. They had almost caught the immortal divine herb. What a pity! Not long after, they exclaimed again. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. So fast, who was it this time? Was it the Gu family? No, the Gu family shouldn't have been able to see this speed. It was just too shocking. The other sacred leaders and sect masters exclaimed. Sacred leader Myriad Thunder. That's right, the one who attacked was Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder. He had a pair of lightning wings on his back, which looked like the wings of a thunder god. There were frightening Dao patterns on them. As he moved, his speed was extremely fast. Thunder God's wings. That was a true sacred artifact. With it, one's speed would reach an unparalleled level. The surrounding sacred leaders and sacred leaders were envious as they explained the origin of that pair of wings. Lin Xian and the others were shocked and they heard it. The Thunder God's wings was a sacred artifact. No wonder it was so fast. The other saints and geniuses didn't see it clearly at all. Only Lin Xian, who activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, saw a trace of light. However, he couldn't see the specific figure. With the Thunder God's wings, Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of the immortal divine herb. In the next moment, he waved his hand and a lightning net appeared, enveloping the immortal divine herb in all directions. Ha, it's mine! Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder shouted excitedly. His eyes were red. The surrounding people were also shocked. Could it be that the immortal divine herb was really going to be obtained by Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder? Could it be that the Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder wanted to defy the heavens? In the sky, the lightning net became smaller and smaller. It was about to envelop the immortal divine herb. However, at that moment, the immortal divine herb's body swayed. Like a true dragon, it broke through the lightning net and flew out again. So powerful! The strength of the immortal divine herb was probably not weak. It could actually break through Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's attack. The sacred leaders in the distance exclaimed. They couldn't sit still anymore. They had to hurry up and attack. They couldn't let Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder take it away. The powerhouses of the Gu family prepared to use the Great Void technique again to seize it by force. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder also sneered. You can't escape. My speed is unparalleled. He rushed out and arrived in front of the immortal divine herb in an instant. This time, he took out an even more terrifying treasure. However, before he could do anything, he screamed in the next moment. That was because a terrifying force surged out and tried to tear him apart. Not only him, but everyone behind him also felt the force. It was an extremely terrifying pressure that could devour heaven and earth. It was as if it wanted to destroy everything. Not to mention Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others, even the Yi family's patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, Li Xuanxian, and the others felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They all stiffened in midair. Danger, a peerless danger. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's face turned green. Is this the killing intent of the archaic royal family? It's too terrifying. Is the archaic royal family going to revive? He didn't dare to agree. He flapped his lightning god's wings and turned to flee. However, just as he turned around, a force pierced through him and tore his body apart. With a boom, a bloody mist exploded. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's body was torn apart, and his blood dyed the sky red. This scene made everyone's scalps go numb. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others were even more shocked. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder was killed. A sacred lord didn't even have the time to scream before he was killed. What kind of power was this? Was it the power of a sage? They didn't dare to imagine. A sacred lord was such a terrifying existence. But now, in front of this invisible killing intent, he was as weak as an ant. Is the archaic royal family really that terrifying? At this moment, everyone was even more certain of their thoughts. They absolutely couldn't let the archaic royal family revive. Otherwise, the human race would be plunged into misery and suffering. A sacred lord. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's martial artists screamed crazily. The elders were also shocked. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. In the bloody mist that filled the sky, a soul directly fused with the lightning god's wings. The shield quickly cut through the void and flew to an extremely far place. Buzz! Then, the soul rushed out of the lightning god's wings and reformed its body. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder appeared in front of everyone once again. He's not dead. Those from the Myriad Thunder sacred land heaved a sigh of relief. The others were also shocked. Chapter 2768. Indeed, the sacred lord of 10,000 Thunder's face was full of fear. If he didn't have the lightning god's wings, he would have died just now. That wisp of killing intent was too terrifying. Perhaps only a sage's treasure artifact could resist it. That was just a wisp of killing intent. If the other party was truly revived, how terrifying would it be? Everyone didn't dare to imagine. At this moment, the sacred lords and sect masters all looked at the top. They remembered the tall purple powerhouse they saw earlier. It was him. It must be him. That purple powerhouse was at least a sage. Don't provoke him. Everyone trembled. Inside the Black Mountain was a sage of the far ancient royal family. They couldn't resist it at all. They didn't dare to have any thoughts about the immortal divine herb anymore. Because the immortal divine herb had already flown near the cave entrance. Forget it, don't make any more moves. We can't alarm the sleeping sage. The Yi family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others shook their heads. The other sacred lords also sighed. That was indeed the case. Judging from the aura just now, it was too terrifying. This shouldn't be the end. Let's look around. Everyone looked at the immortal divine herb reluctantly. They swore that they would bring back an even more powerful existence when they returned. To fight for it. The immortal divine herb was even more terrifying and precious than the Yuhua immortal robe. Presumably, these holy lands would definitely not let this matter rest. Perhaps they would ask their own sages to help. However, that was a matter for when they got out. Now, they had to continue searching. The group of people continued to walk forward. They went around the Black Mountain, and Lin Xian and the dark red dragon followed closely behind. This time, they were even more careful. Because no one knew what kind of danger was waiting for them. Fortunately, the danger seemed to have disappeared along the way. They didn't encounter any array formations, which made everyone feel incredulous. The sacred lords and sect masters frowned. There was no road ahead. These people stopped. The front was indeed blocked. What's going on? Is this the end? Some of the elders of the sacred lands were puzzled. The young disciples were even more puzzled. The sacred lords frowned. No, it's not the end. The road is blocked. It seems to be a door that's blocking our way. A door. Heavens, it can't be, this place is so big. These young martial artists were extremely surprised. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. A golden light emerged as he scanned his surroundings. He realized that his surroundings had been cut off. If this was a door, it would probably be millions of miles away. The heavenly tree. This was the heavenly tree. One of the Yi family's grand elders exclaimed. The others were extremely shocked. The heavenly tree, what was that? This was a variant of the heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Looking at this heavenly tree, it is estimated to be more than 100,000 years old. The black thing you see is actually not the door, but its trunk. What? How could a tree trunk be so thick? He couldn't see the end of it. Everyone was extremely shocked. Was this the heavenly tree? But why was this heavenly tree growing here? How could they pass? It was very difficult to pass through. This sky-reaching god tree was probably planted here by the experts of the nest of 10,000 dragons to prevent others from entering. The great elder of the Yi clan sighed, and the others started to discuss. Among them, Sacred Lord 10,000 Thunder snorted coldly. Isn't it just a heavenly tree? With so many sacred lords joining forces, I don't believe that we can't break it. That's right, this time, we brought a lot of sacred weapons. Everyone, let's attack together. The sacred lord of the Five Elements Palace also spoke. Many people's eyes were burning. Indeed, they were eager to know what was on the other side of the heavenly tree. But Sacred Lord 10,000 Thunder was the first to attack. Lightning surrounded his body, bringing about a powerful storm. At this moment, he was like the god of thunder. A pair of thunder wings spread out behind his back, forming two thunderballs that blasted forward. This pair of thunder wings was a terrifying sacred weapon. The attack it released carried a monstrous sacred might as it charged forward. Boom! Boom! Earth-shattering sounds rang out as lightning surged in the sky. It was so loud that everyone's ears were muddled. They couldn't hear anything else at all. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret divine eyes to see through the sea of lightning and discovered that the heavenly tree wasn't damaged at all. It was just that the reef above was black. Heavens, what kind of tree is this? It's too hard. Even sacred weapons can't break through it. Kid, you don't understand. The heavenly tree is definitely one of the most terrifying sacred trees in the world. Moreover, this tree has been growing for at least 100,000 years. Think about it, the arch has only lived for 10,000 to 20,000 years. How terrifying is a sacred technique after 100,000 years? Indeed. Lin Xian nodded. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace and the other sacred grounds all swallowed their saliva. Let me help you. The five elements sacred lord also walked out. He opened his mouth and spat out a five elements pearl. This was also a sacred weapon. At this moment, he released all the flames within the five elements pearl. The monstrous flames turned into 8 fire dragons that charged forward. Fire countered wood. Everyone was confident that this time, the heavenly tree would definitely be attacked. However, the trunk of the sacred tree didn't seem to be made of wood. Instead, it seemed to be made of metal that blocked the sea of flames. Damn it, as expected of the heavenly tree. Everyone, let's attack together. The five elements sacred lord's face was gloomy. The other sacred lords, sect leaders, and grand elders all had solemn expressions. They felt that they could try to break through it. After all, there wasn't any danger nearby. You young disciples, back off. Back off far away. We need to use many sacred weapons. The Yi family's grand elder stood out and said in a deep voice. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the other sacred sons and prodigies all retreated with their martial artists. Boom! Boom! In front of them, the sacred leaders and patriarchs executed their martial arts. Wisps of shocking auras burst out from their bodies and soared into the sky. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed. The void in front of them quickly shattered. The heavens and earth trembled as if the world was about to be destroyed. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian and the others retreated once again. They had no choice. With so many sacred lords attacking together and the power of the sacred weapons, it was truly terrifying. It could shatter everything. Light flowed around their bodies as they activated their king domains. Armor appeared and quickly blocked the attacks. However, the weaker ones couldn't block it at all. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Retreat! Retreat quickly! It was too terrifying. Lin Xian and the 9 sons' bodies shone brightly, but they also felt a great pressure. This was only the aftermath of the energy. If they were hit head-on, even an invincible king would be instantly killed. Perhaps even a sage wouldn't be able to withstand it. In front of them, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The sky was filled with energy, and the void shattered. However, what was shocking was that the heavenly tree had withstood it. It was such a terrifying attack, but it wasn't damaged. Damn it, what kind of tree is this? This old tree must have become a spirit. This couldn't be a holy tree, right? These people screamed crazily. Chapter 2769. Unknowingly, dozens of figures appeared around Lin Xian and the others. These figures were wrapped in the aura of the Tao of Dragon, and they let out deep roars. Occasionally, everyone could see the scales that flickered with cold light under the aura of the Tao of Dragon, as well as the terrifying claws and teeth. The creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Lin Xian exclaimed, and the people around him were also terrified. In front, the sacred leaders and sect masters also exclaimed. Damn it, could it be that they were alarmed? But more than a dozen creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons quickly moved out, charging towards the young disciples like bolts of lightning. In an instant, blood spurted out and screams sounded. Many people were torn in half, and blood dyed the sky red. Damn it, retreat! The sacred leaders roared, and the young disciples, saints, and geniuses all attacked coldly. Clang the saint of 4 elements fought against a humanoid creature and was directly blasted back, his entire arm numb. Damn it, it was actually so powerful. The others were also stunned. It was too terrifying. What exactly were these things? Were they beasts or dragons? How could they be so terrifying? Damn it! The sect masters in front shouted coldly. Two of them brandished their sacred weapons and charged over. Terrifying sacred might overflowed, shattering the sky. Terrifying flames burned fiercely with this attack. It was truly terrifying. Sure enough, many humanoid creatures were sent flying, their bodies exploding and turning into a bloody mist. This scene made these young disciples heave a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, they screamed. In fact, the sacred leader who attacked also let out a miserable cry. Because one of his arms was directly torn apart. In front of him, a few humanoid creatures also appeared. The aura on their bodies was even more terrifying, like an abyss. As soon as they attacked, they injured a sect master. This scene made the sacred leaders cry out in alarm. Damn it, the creatures in the nest of 10,000 dragons had really awakened. Everyone, retreat quickly. At this moment, they were really panicking. Because they discovered that more and more terrifying creatures were appearing around them. How did they appear? These sacred leaders and sect masters didn't know. However, the terror of these creatures was far beyond their imagination. Even these humanoid creatures were holding ancient treasures in their hands to resist their sacred weapons. In an instant, a chaotic battle broke out. On Lin Xian's side, he also received a fierce blow. Foolish humans, you actually dared to trespass into the nest of 10,000 dragons. Go to hell. A cold voice rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Do it quickly. Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, Dustless, and the others all roared in rage. The other saints, Heaven's Chosen, and all the martial artists attacked as though they had gone crazy. At the same time, they quickly retreated, wanting to leave this area completely. But on Lin Xian's side, a blue ray of light turned into a bolt of lightning and shattered the void, blocking the path of Lin Xian and the others. That azure figure let out a cold voice that sounded like thunder. It was extremely terrifying as it rolled towards Lin Xian. This sound wave was too terrifying. The martial artists around Lin Xian vomited mouthfuls of blood as they retreated. Just a single sound wave was enough to severely injure them. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His 9-yang divine body bloomed with light as he forcefully resisted the terrifying sound wave. Those sound waves hit his body and made a sonorous sound. It was extremely vast and mighty, as if 10,000 thunderbolts were descending. However, Lin Xian was fine. Boz. Clenching his hand into a fist, he rushed forward. This fist was like a sun that exploded in the void. The resplendent light illuminated the world. After Lin Xian and the other two, Dao Yi Sage, Gu Santong, No Flower, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, the dark red divine dragon, Seiko Dian, all of the saint prodigies displayed extraordinary strength, which surprised the ancient creatures. In an instant, dozens of ancient creatures were completely suppressed. Many of them even bled. Their blood was blue, green, and black. It was very strange. Ancient creatures. The powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were only a so-so. Seeing the Wavering Light Sage kill 2 ancient creatures in one strike, the warriors of the Wavering Light Sacred Land sneered. Lowly humans, what do you know? Do you really think you can compete with the ancient royal family? Our master hasn't awakened. Otherwise, one of them would be able to kill all of you. The humanoid creature snorted. What? Master. These creatures actually called the sleeping dragons their master. Could it be that these ancient life forms were just servants? Heavens! Some slaves were so heaven-defying and terrifying to such an extent. They could compete with the top saints. Although their eyes were still closed, their auras were growing more and more intense. Buzz! In fact, a 10-meter-tall divine crystal also appeared in the sky. It was like an ancient demonic mountain, pressing down on these sacred masters and sect masters until they found it difficult to breathe. Not good. It's that primordial king. Everyone was shocked. They had encountered it before. The wisp of aura emitted by the other party had already made them extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the other party would appear again. If such a terrifying expert revived, they would probably be in danger. Whoosh! Whoosh! These people retreated crazily. Hurry up and contact our people. Summon our saints. Many people from the sacred lands and great sects shouted angrily. The Yi family, Gu family, Immortal Palace, Jade Pool, and Alcade also took action. However, a peerless formation enveloped heaven and earth, isolating the aura. This prevented the teleportation array from being formed, and they were unable to send out the news. Lowly humans, do you still want to call yourselves humans? Today, you will be completely buried here. A cold and heartless voice sounded, and the murderous aura of the 9 heavens and 10 earths swept out. Accompanied by the aura of the Tao of Dragon, it formed a scene of destruction. Boom! 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 In front of them, the sky-reaching divine tree also slowly trembled, and its body gradually rose into the air. Obviously, this primordial divine technique was not dead, but alive. However, it was too huge. With a slight shake, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. In the sky, countless lightning bolts descended, dancing in the air as they charged towards the elders. Not good, the sky-reaching divine tree was about to attack. These people went crazy. They discovered that those bolts of lightning were not thunder, but the branches of the sky-reaching divine tree. However, each of them was extremely sharp. They were like divine swords that slashed in all directions, and these people could only desperately block them. Boom! Boom! The sky-reaching divine tree gradually left the ground, and the paths that it blocked also appeared. However, no one was in the mood to be excited. Originally, they wanted to know what was behind the sky-reaching divine tree. But now, they couldn't care less. They fought crazily. However, some people could not help but take a glance, and then they screamed. Dragon, it's a dragon! The Grand Elder screamed. The other sect masters and sacred masters also probed their souls and looked into the distance. In the next moment, their scalps went numb. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others also looked over. Heavens! Lin Xian was shocked. Those people also screamed. It's really a dragon. That's right. Behind the sky-reaching divine tree, there was an even wider area. On that land, there were many figures lying cross-legged. They were like mountains lying there. The small ones were more than 10 meters tall, while the big ones were hundreds of meters tall. There was even one that was more than 10,000 meters tall. They could not see the end of it. At first glance, they thought that it was a mountain, but those people were too powerful, and their eyes were sharp. They realized that it was not a mountain at all. It was a body. Many bodies were lying on the ground like a mountain range. There were cold scales on them that flickered with a metallic light. They emitted a monstrous aura that caused one's blood to freeze. That was the pressure from one's bloodline and soul. Only an extremely powerful bloodline could cause such a scene. Everyone knew that those were dragons, the same dragons as in the legends. There were really dragons, and those dragons were all sleeping. Some of them were sealed by divine crystals, while others were sealed by dragon veins. In short, all of the dragons were in a deep sleep. However, the aura that they emitted was like an ancient abyss that could crush people. There were more in the distance. The dark red divine dragon pointed into the distance and screamed. He was a dragon, so he was more familiar with those things. Everyone hurriedly fought while using their souls to probe. The sacred masters and sect masters did the same. In the next moment, they were even more shocked. The reason for that was because they discovered that there were many god crystals floating around those enormous dragons and even further away. Chapter 2771. The dark red divine dragon said. Dragons, even more terrifying dragons. Everyone sensed carefully and found that this was indeed the case. These human-shaped dragons were even more terrifying. Some of them even had dragon horns on their heads, some had dragon scales on their bodies, and some had dragon tails and dragon wings. They were extremely terrifying. Among them, the living fossils of the Tuoba family, Nangong family, and Ouyang family also quickly used their spirit-seeking techniques. They probed into the distance. They wanted to see clearly what was in the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Their gazes became incomparably deep. Mysterious runes flickered, carrying a terrifying light that pierced through everything. These 3 living fossils were elders. They had already lived for more than 3,000 years. Their spirit-seeking technique was even more terrifying. This time, the 3 great spirit-seeking clans were led by them. Therefore, at this moment, they used their terrifying spirit-seeking technique, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The entire world also underwent a strange change. In front of them, countless auras of dragons surged and gradually spread out. Everyone seemed to be able to see the scene in the distance clearly. However, the good times didn't last long. Not long after, the 3 living fossil-level spirit-seeking masters screamed in pain. They kept rolling and covering their faces with their hands. Blood flowed down their fingers. Elders. The people of the 3 great spirit-seeking clans screamed crazily. What was going on? Why was their elder Zhang injured? The 3 living fossils elders of the 3 spirit-seeking clans screamed in pain. My eyes! Damn it, my eyes! They screamed crazily. Their eyes were bleeding and they were directly blinded. The road ahead was once again covered by the aura. It was thick and heavy, and no one could see clearly again. This made everyone even more puzzled. What exactly did these living fossils see? Even their eyes were blinded. Could it be that they saw something they shouldn't have seen? Everyone's bodies trembled. What exactly was in the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Elders, what did you see? The people of the 3 great spirit-seeking clans also quickly asked. However, the 3 living fossils elders shook their heads crazily. They didn't dare to say it. They would be blinded with just a glance. If they said it, who knew if the terrifying array formation of the nest of 10,000 dragons would directly kill them? However, if they didn't say it, these people became even more curious. This was especially true for the sacred leader and the sect master. They wanted to know more. The Taishan Saint Master was surrounded by 108 stars as if he was the master of the starry sky. His eyes were like 2 universes. The light of the stars pierced through and shattered the aura of the Tao of dragons in the sky, opening up a path. The Yin-Yang sect leader had the Yin-Yang mirror above his head. Black and white auras flowed around his body. It was quite strange and terrifying. At this moment, he also activated the Yin-Yang mirror and shot out a beam of Yin-Yang light that shot forward. The head of the Gu clan appeared and disappeared unpredictably like a ghost. He directly used the void technique, causing the void in front of him to split open and devour the endless aura of the Tao of dragons. The Yi clan's clan head, the Queen Mother of the West, and the other sacred leaders and sect masters also attacked together. Li Xuanqian's body emitted a sharp aura. A flying knife appeared in his hand. The flying knife was 2 fingers wide, and it flashed with an endless cold light. Buzz as the saber flew out, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. It pierced through the void. The terrifying aura caused the faces of the sacred leaders and sect masters to change. Those elders were also trembling. They roared and pounced crazily, causing the sacred leaders and sect leaders to no longer have the chance to observe. The young prodigies on Lin Xian's side were also fiercely attacked. In an instant, the endless dragon aura in front of them surged, once again enveloping the mysterious golden dragon egg. Everything could no longer be seen. As for Lin Xian and the other sect masters, they were all in danger. Many young disciples were killed, and even a few saints had their bodies pierced through. The battle in the distance was even more tragic. Many grand elders of the sacred grounds and sects were hacked apart. Their bodies were directly swallowed alive. What made them even more desperate was that in the sky, the 10-meter-tall divine crystal, the purple primordial king, suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. It surged downward, turning into a thick purple aura that covered the sky and the earth. In an instant, many sacred leaders and sect leaders vomited blood. Not good, quickly block it. These sacred leaders and sect leaders all activated their sacred weapons to block the terrifying purple light. At the same time, countless ancient creatures appeared in the surroundings. Chapter 2772. In an instant, Li Xuanxian, the patriarch of the Yi family, the patriarch of the Gu family, and the Queen Mother of the West were all under intense attacks. These primordial creatures were too powerful. They could even mobilize the surrounding Tao of dragon aura and peerless killing formations at will. The sacred Lord of 10,000 Thunder used his lightning god's wings and flew quickly in the sky. 2 lightning god's wings turned into lightning heavenly blades that slashed in all directions. Wherever they passed, 4 primordial creatures were cut in half, and blood splattered everywhere. The Yin-Yang sect leader held the Yin-Yang mirror and bombarded the surrounding primordial creatures. A jade lake appeared beside the Queen Mother of the West. A drop of jade lake holy water directly pierced through those terrifying creatures. It turned them into nothingness. The patriarch of the Yi family was like a golden god of war. He opened and closed his palms, creating a bloody path. The patriarch of the Gu family appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Every time he appeared, he could easily kill primordial creatures. Li Xuanxian was even more terrifying. The flying knives in his hand never missed. Every time, he would kill with a single strike. There was even a time when he directly killed 7 primordial creatures with a single strike. It was truly terrifying. The surrounding sacred lords, royal lords, and Buddhist abbot all attacked one after another. However, the enemies were even more terrifying. Among these primordial creatures, there were a few that were very terrifying. One of them was surrounded by flames. The flame wings on its back spread out and directly burned several elders of the 5 Elements Palace to ashes. The other one had a long human form. It had a head of incomparably dark green hair and turned into a poisonous python. He held a green sword in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he killed several elders of the Dayan sacred land and Tai dynasty. Buzz! The sky-reaching tree was even more terrifying. Its branches hung down and directly enveloped the elders of the Yi family, Gu family, Dao Yi's sacred land, and Jade Lake. In an instant, they were hung up. Their heads were chopped off. In an instant, blood spurted out, and miserable screams rang out. These were all peerless experts. Their blood turned into a sea of blood in the air, forming a hell of azura. The monstrous killing intent was astonishing, and it made one's scalp tingle. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. This was an intense battle. Perhaps no one in the outside world would have thought that the sacred lord, who usually dominated a region and was respected by the world, would be injured. He was actually heavily injured and even killed here. On Lin Xian's side, he was facing an unprecedented crisis. Only the top saints could resist it with the treasures in their hands. Those young disciples could not resist at all. Even the weaker saints and prodigies were mercilessly killed. And this was just some servants dealing with them. If it was a true far ancient royal, it would be even more dangerous. As expected, an even more terrifying ancient life form roared and charged toward Lin Xian. The faces of Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, and the others instantly flickered. Not good, everyone, join hands. The dark red divine dragon screamed and swung its tail, exuding a mighty dragon aura that intimidated the ancient creature. This primordial creature was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, the aura it exuded made the Shengxis feel as if they were facing a formidable foe. Everyone joined forces and attacked. However, it was shattered by a single slap from the primordial creature. The ground cracked open, and an endless aura of the Tao of Dragon filled the air. Those people all retreated. Lin Xian and Leaf Dao Denier had strong bodies. Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also had bloodline power revolving around them. They only retreated. However, the other prodigies did not have strong bodies or terrifying bloodlines. Some of their bodies directly split open, and their blood dyed the ground red. With just a single strike, they had received such heavy injuries. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Roar! The ancient creature let out another roar and charged over again. After 2 moves, these people were even more heavily injured. Some saints and saintesses were even killed. Several princes of the Nine Li dynasty were also killed. The monks of the western desert also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Many of them had their heads smashed. Among them, Wuchen was the strongest. No Flower was also extremely mysterious. He pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the ground, exuding terrifying bloodline power. There was also a Zhang 6 golden body that shone brightly like a Buddha. He was Wuchen's junior brother and was also a terrifying prodigy. He cultivated the Zhang 6 golden body, which was a supreme body. The prodigies of the southern mountain were the same. For some reason, Yan Nantian did not come to the southern mountain's Yan family. However, the prodigies of the Yan family were also extremely powerful. The demon kings of the northern plains Demon King Palace roared angrily. At the same time, they were terrified. It was too terrifying. The ancient creature's bloodline power was causing them great trouble. Hua Tiandu's face was gloomy. The bloodline power in his body shone brightly. However, he was also injured. The saints and prodigies were all injured. If the ancient creature continued to attack, they would be killed sooner or later. Qingqing, Qiu, are you okay? Lin Xian came to Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing and asked in a deep voice. The two of them shook their heads, but their faces were pale. Ruffian Long, do you have any ideas? Lin Xian asked. If not, he would really have to go all out. He would summon the great dragon sword soul or enter the black earth directly. Wait, I'll try. The dark red divine dragon stepped forward. He did not attack. Instead, he spoke in a strange language. This scene puzzled Lin Xian and the others. They did not understand what it meant. In front, the tyrannical ancient creature was stunned. It stopped and looked at the dark red divine dragon in bewilderment. It also spoke the ancient language. They were communicating. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others also had serious expressions. The great Xia Prince, the Alcade Sage, and the other prodigies were also waiting silently. The dark red dragon spoke the dragon language. The dragon language was a very noble language among the immemorial royal family. Apart from the dragon tribe, the immemorial royal family members should also know it. Therefore, the dark red dragon tried to speak. As expected, the ancient creature in front of them stopped and communicated with him. As the dark red dragon spoke, he emitted dragon blood and dragon might. The dragon blood surged and dragon might spread, causing the ancient creature in front of them to be puzzled. He did not attack, but his cold eyes were still filled with vigilance. He stood in front and stared coldly at the dark red dragon, Lin Xian, and the other prodigies. Ruffian Long, how is it? Lin Xian asked telepathically. Fortunately, these ancient creatures have just awakened, so they don't know much. Therefore, I should be able to fool him for the time being. Hurry up and tell the others not to act rashly. Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the saints, heavenly sect, and young martial artists, telling them to stay where they were and not move. After hearing this, they did as they were told. Chapter 2773. The ancient creature in front of them was too powerful. They all stood there with solemn expressions. Although the other party had not attacked yet, they did not dare to be careless. If the other party attacked, they still had to be careful. Lin Xian called over all of Immortal Palace's people to his side. He lightly tapped them, a pained expression on his face. Immortal Palace had also lost more than half of their martial artists. Fortunately, although Peacock and the others were injured, their lives were not in danger for the time being. Looking around, Lin Xian felt that he had really taken advantage of them. He had lost half of his martial artists, which was considered light. The Yi family and Gu family's losses were about the same as his. However, the other sacred grounds and sects were very miserable. The better ones lost 2/3 of their martial artists, leaving only 1/3 of their martial artists. The worse ones probably only had 1/10 of their martial artists left. Even those who survived had injuries on their bodies and looked miserable. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the intense battle in front of him. He frowned. He could not fight or provide support now, so he directly activated the great dragon sword soul in his body. He frantically absorbed the surrounding Tao of dragon aura. The aura here was too strong. Lin Xian did not care if the others were in the mood or if they had the courage. Anyway, he could absorb as much as he could. However, he did not make too much of a commotion and carefully absorbed it. Roar! The ancient creature suddenly roared in a low voice. The aura on his body spread out again. A pair of cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. Obviously, he had noticed Lin Xian's actions. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared and a dragon's roar sounded. This made the ancient creature even more confused. The dark red divine dragon said a few more words in the dragon language. Only then did the ancient creature stop and not move. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon also absorbed the Tao of dragon aura. The others were shocked. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the front, attracting everyone's attention. Including the ancient creature in front, they all turned their heads to look. Lin Xian raised his head while absorbing. Then, he was shocked. In front of him, the 10-meter-tall divine crystal suddenly cracked open. The ancient royal inside, the purple figure, opened his eyes. His gaze turned into an evasive one, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In an instant, many of the elders below were penetrated by the gaze and nailed to the ground. Oh no, he's resurrected. Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, the Grand Xia Crown Prince, and the others all looked completely flabbergasted. As for the sage lords and pontiffs, their scalps went numb. An archaic king had been resurrected. Damn it, he's too strong. Everyone, be careful. Hurry up and use your saint weapon. The sacred leaders, sect leaders, and grand elders no longer dared to be careless. They gathered one after another and activated their saint weapons, sweeping out in all directions to resist the archaic king. Previously, they had guessed that the primordial king was very likely a sage, although the other party's aura and cultivation were very unclear. They did not know whether the other party was a saint or not. However, it was obvious that the other party was too powerful. This was far beyond their expectations. Even if they used their saint weapons, they would only be able to contend against the other party. Damn it, this definitely surpassed the realm of invincible kings. Was he really a saint or not? He wasn't sure. He hadn't used any saint laws at all. These sacred leaders and sect leaders were all stunned. After the other party appeared, his figure flashed, and he arrived in front of 2 royal elders of the Divine Wind dynasty. With a slap of his big hand, he directly smashed the 2 royal elders into pieces. Then, he came in front of the monks of the Myriad Buddhist sect and similarly waved his fist. He blew up 3 monks. It was too terrifying. The other party was simply the king of close combat. He didn't use any laws at all. He directly used his physical strength to kill in all directions. After the purple archaic king appeared, the surrounding divine crystals also shattered. One archaic creature after another opened their eyes and charged over. Damn it! The Yi family patriarch roared and spat out a bronze cauldron that suppressed the surroundings. With a bang, a terrifying aura blasted the surrounding archaic creatures away. However, the purple archaic king was completely unaffected and directly charged over. With a clang, a palm slapped on the green cauldron, causing a shocking vibration. Everyone's scalps went numb as they quickly retreated. Many elders vomited mouthfuls of blood. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others were also affected. Fortunately, they had already retreated to an extremely far place before this. Otherwise, if they were any closer, the sound wave just now would have torn them apart and killed them directly. Kill! The Grand Evolution sacred leader waved his divine sword, and a peerless sword light descended from the sky. This sword could kill any invincible king. However, the purple archaic king was fearless. He slapped the sacred sword with his bare hands, and his palm collided with the sacred sword. Boom! 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 The sacred sword trembled in the sky, and the archaic king was sent flying backward, smashing through the void. He roared repeatedly. This scene shocked everyone and made them happy at the same time. Great, the sacred weapon could suppress the other party. Use it quickly. In an instant, the Yin-Yang sect leader, sacred leader of Myriad Thunder, sacred leader of all beginnings, sacred leader of Tao Yi, sacred leader of Alcade, the Gu family, and the Yi family all used their sacred weapons. Terrifying auras surged into the sky and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, the archaic king wasn't the only danger in the surroundings. Some of those archaic creatures had also used peerless treasures, but they couldn't contend with these sacred weapons. Moreover, there was also a divine tree that had existed for 100,000 years. His attack was also very terrifying. Therefore, in an instant, the experts in the nest of 10,000 dragons all supported the archaic king. The archaic king roared, and the ground cracked open. A purple spear transformed into a purple dragon that instantly appeared in the sky and was grabbed by him. With a thrust of the spear, one of the grand elders of the Five Elements Palace was killed. Pang! This spear pierced through the heart of the grand elder of the Five Elements Palace. The light of the 5 elements on his body quickly dissipated. Chapter 2774. The first spear sent the sky-splitting axe flying. The second spear pierced through the Yi family elder's forehead. Pfft! The Yi family elder's head exploded, and his body fell to the ground. The Yi family experts roared crazily. One of their peerless elders was killed just like that. Even his soul power did not escape. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at the purple primordial king. The Yi family's sacred leader snorted coldly as he activated the bronze cauldron and charged over. At the same time, the Gu family and Alcade realm experts made their moves. Li Xuanxian stood in the void, his body surrounded by a biting cold blade light. Another flying dagger appeared in his hand. As soon as the flying knife appeared, the surroundings were filled with wails and cries. There was even a rain of blood. The terrifying scene caused the surrounding primordial creatures to tremble as if they were facing a great enemy. Many primordial creatures retreated. They had no choice. All the primordial creatures that were locked onto by Li Xuanxian felt a fatal sense of danger. Li Xuanxian did not attack these ordinary primordial creatures. His gaze was fixed on the primordial king who was fighting with the Gu family and Yi family. Li Xuanxian raised his hand, and the flying knife at his fingertips flickered with a terrifying light. Even the purple primordial king in the distance raised his head, a terrifying light shooting out of his eyes. The other party's flying knife also threatened him. His body emitted tens of thousands of rays of light as his speed reached the extreme. He dodged in the sky while fighting the Yi family and Gu family's sacred leaders at the same time. However, Li Xuanxian did not make a move immediately. He stood in the void, accumulating power and waiting for a sure kill strike. This process was very long. As long as Li Xuanxian did not attack with his flying knife, all the primordial creatures felt their bodies go numb as they felt a potential threat. This made them feel very uneasy. Buzz! Finally, Li Xuanxian found an opportunity to attack. With a wave of his finger, the flying knife between his fingers flew out. In an instant, wails and cries could be heard. The world lost its color as a terrifying sea of blood surged. This was a sure kill attack. Many primordial creatures were scared to the ground. In the distance, the primordial king's hair stood on end. After his uneasiness and anger, a purple light shone from his body. The purple spear in his hand was like a dragon as it danced quickly. At the same time, his speed was extremely fast. Buzz, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the primordial king roared. Purple blood burst forth, piercing through the void. A bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. A flying knife had pierced through his body. It hit. How terrifying! He was actually able to injure an archaic king. Cries of alarm rang out, and the ancient creatures roared anxiously. On the human side, the holy sovereigns, sect masters, and elders were all shocked. As expected of Xiao Li's flying dagger, his strength was not in vain. It was too frightening. Probably no one would be able to dodge this flying dagger skill. Even a primordial king with such a powerful physique was hit. Everyone was shocked. The Yi family's patriarch and the others seized this opportunity to attack like crazy. In the distance, Li Xuanxian's eyes flickered as he sighed in his heart. This attack was aimed at the center of his opponent's eyebrows. But in the end, he only managed to hit his opponent's shoulder. It could be said that it was a little different from what he had imagined. One had to admit that this primordial king was extremely terrifying. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others exclaimed when they saw this scene. This saber strike was too shocking and too fast. They didn't see it at all. They only saw Li Xuanxian waving his palm and the primordial king was injured. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He had seen the previous scene through the heavenly secret divine eye. At this moment, in his mind, he was still slowing down and recalling. It was indeed a peerless saber strike. It was really terrifying. He guessed that even if it were other holy sovereigns or sect masters, they probably wouldn't be able to dodge it. It was even possible that they would be killed in one move. Thinking of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Roar! The primordial king roared crazily, and the light on his body overflowed into the sky, quickly healing his wounds. His pair of cold eyes stared fixedly at Li Xuanxian. Buzz! His body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over quickly, wanting to kill the other party. Because a second flying dagger appeared in Li Xuanxian's hand. He had to get rid of this hidden danger. In the blink of an eye, the primordial king arrived near Li Xuanxian and stabbed out with the long spear in his hand. Li Xuanxian was like a floating immortal, floating in the air. He dodged the shot by a hair's breadth. At the same time, the second flying dagger in his hand was sent out. With a bang, another bloody hole appeared on the primordial king's body. This bloody hole was very close to his heart. It had almost pierced through his heart. The crowd was even more astonished upon seeing this. The primordial king's face was also gloomy. With a wave of his hand, the purple long spear in his hand turned into a dragon and rushed out. It charged towards Li Xuanxian. Li Xuanxian dodged again, but this time, the purple dragon followed him closely, giving him no chance to send out a third flying dagger. Without the threat of Xiao Li's flying dagger, the primordial king once again went on a killing spree. Boom! The battle continued to erupt. Finally, a bolt of lightning flashed and the sacred lord of myriad thunder was torn in half. His soul was caught by the primordial king and directly destroyed. Between heaven and earth, a rain of blood fell. The wings of the thunder god danced in the sky, but it had lost its luster. Sacred Lord! Frantic shouts came one after another. The martial artists of the myriad thunder sacred ground had all gone crazy. The elders screamed crazily. They realized that their sacred leader had been killed. Lin Xian and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. It's over. A sacred lord has fallen. This was an earth-shattering event. Although a sacred lord had been injured before, he hadn't been killed. These sacred lords were very powerful. Even if their bodies were split in half or torn into pieces, they could still recover. However, it was impossible now. The sacred lord of myriad thunder's soul had been directly destroyed. This could be said to be a fatal blow. There was no chance for him to revive. Sure enough, the sacred lord of myriad thunder's body fell from the sky, smashing the void and sinking the ground. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed. Those who had died before were all elders. But now, the sacred lord of myriad thunder had become the first sacred lord to die. This was absolutely shocking. If news of this spread, the entire true spirit world would probably be shaken. After all, a sacred lord was a true overlord. With a stomp of his foot, the entire world would tremble. But now, he had been mercilessly killed by the primordial king. Roar! The primordial king's body was covered in blood, but it wasn't his blood. It was the blood of the sacred lords and elders. At this moment, he was like a demonic god, looking around with a cold gaze. After killing the sacred lord of myriad thunder, he attacked again. Not good. Hurry up and leave. Many sacred grounds and sects quickly retreated. They opened their doors and prepared to teleport. Chapter 2775. No, they couldn't leave. How could this be? Some elders took out teleportation scrolls and activated the power of space to surround them, wanting to teleport them away. However, in an instant, another peerless array formation shattered the teleportation scrolls. Those who were about to leave fell out of the sky. Everyone's face was pale. Oh no! Damn it, we can't leave. They were really panicking. Previously, they were willing to give it their all because they had trump cards, Dao gates, and teleportation scrolls. They could leave at any time. But now, they realized that their escape route had been sealed. There was no way to escape. This scene caused the faces of these powerhouses to change completely. Lowly humans, you shall all die here. The primordial king's soul released a terrifying divine thought that swept in all directions. A monstrous killing intent was emitted from his eyes. In the next moment, he raised his hands high, and his aura surged. In the distance, an object flew over quickly. It was a giant dragon flying in the sky, and its body gradually turned into a dragon saber. It was held in the hands of the primordial king. Buzz! A terrifying power erupted, and those sacred leaders and sect masters retreated frantically. Oh no, a sage weapon. He's going to use a sage weapon. Hurry up and stop him. These people shouted frantically. The golden sword, the yin-yang mirror, the great Tao treasure bottle, the bronze cauldron, everyone attacked crazily, especially the Yi family head, who activated the bronze cauldron with all his might. Boom! 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 In the sky, the terrifying dragon saber roared, and the terrifying sound completely spread out. The entire sky was boiling. Countless cracks appeared, and a saber light could kill any powerhouse. Everyone was horrified by this scene. Lin Xian and the others were facing a great enemy. They realized that their bodies could not move. The sacred leaders and sect masters in front of them also had ugly expressions. Hurry up and attack. Don't hold back. These sacred leaders and sect masters activated the sage weapons in their hands with all their might. The Yi family head gathered the elders of the Yi family. In front of them, the bronze cauldron floated up and down, flickering with a terrifying light. The Yi family head and the elders quickly performed hand seals and poured all their power into the bronze cauldron. Boom! The bronze cauldron erupted with an extremely terrifying power. It was like a demonic mountain that suppressed the surroundings. The entire sky began to tremble. How terrifying! It had the power of the celestial arch cauldron. An expert exclaimed. The yin-yang mirror erupted with a brilliant light that threatened to engulf the entire world. Golden holy swords, great Tao treasured vases, and sages' weapons soared into the sky. He wanted to suppress the dragon knife together. The primordial king was simply too powerful. Even though they were both sage weapons, the strength of the primordial king was still extremely strong. Thus, when he unleashed his saint's weapon, the power he unleashed was truly incomparably terrifying. It swept through everything. Although he was suppressed, he didn't fall behind. The sky-piercing god tree also launched an attack. Thousands of tree trunks fused with the surrounding Tao of dragon aura, turning into giant dragons that began to attack the sacred leaders and sect masters. Kill Li Xuanxian sent out the third flying knife, knocking away the purple long spear. Thus, at the same time, he met up with the Great Guardian and the others. Together, they formed a large seal. The four directions' great imprint continuously enlarged, releasing an endless aura. After receiving the support of so many unrivaled kings, the terrifying power became more and more intense, surging in all directions. A great battle broke out. So many sage weapons collided, erupting with unparalleled light. The entire world seemed to be about to be destroyed. Lin Xian and the others were sent flying by a violent force. They didn't know how many tens of thousands of miles they were sent flying. The weaker ones were killed by the energy. The stronger ones also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Even the 9-yang divine body on Lin Xian's body was shattered, with many cracks appearing on it. On the other side, Yi Wudao and Dushless were the same. They were all injured. The dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu were also injured. Fortunately, everyone finally stopped. However, before they could catch their breath, another wave of shocking energy erupted in front of them. It was even more terrifying than the previous energy shock waves. Not good. The expressions of the saints and elites changed. Lin Xian didn't say a word and directly sent out the black earth. All the people around him were stored inside. Yi Wudao also sent out a replica of the Celestial Emperor Cauldron. The Alcade Saint, the Grand Xia Prince, Dushless, and the others all used their trump cards to protect the martial artists of their sacred grounds. In an instant, these people were sent flying again. The battle this time was too tragic. Lin Xian and the others were sent flying for millions of miles. They had no idea how the battle was going. They could only see rays of apocalyptic divine light dancing in the sky, and the terrifying sound of thunder kept ringing. 5 days passed. 10 days passed. 20 days passed. The battle lasted for a month and was still ongoing. This made Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others stunned. Only now did they know how terrifying these sacred leaders and sect masters were. One had to know that such a shocking battle consumed a lot of energy. Especially when he was using a saint weapon, his power was like flowing water, flowing away at an extremely fast speed. However, these sacred leaders and sect masters were actually able to fight for a month without weakening. It was truly terrifying. However, they weren't happy. Instead, their expressions became uglier. This was because they felt that more and more powerhouses in the nest of 10,000 dragons were reviving. In addition to the Purple Primordial King, another Primordial King was revived on the 20th day. More primordial creatures were revived. A month later, a third Primordial King was revived. The 3 Primordial Kings joined forces and shook the world. Fortunately, there were many sacred leaders and sect masters who came this time and brought many sage weapons. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Even so, it was only a matter of time before they died. This was because up until now, 5 sacred leaders and sect masters had already died. The number of elders who died was uncountable. There was nothing they could do. 3 primordial kings, 100,000-year-old heavenly tree, and countless primordial creatures. Together with the peerless formation, these sacred leaders couldn't resist at all. It was already very difficult for them to fight until now. However, these were only 3 primordial kings. Who knew how many powerhouses were buried in the nest of 10,000 dragons? Moreover, there were definitely existences more terrifying than the primordial kings. If such a powerhouse came out, all of their sacred leaders and sect masters would be finished. Even the people of the remote antiquity families were no exception. Sure enough, after another 10 days, an extremely terrifying sage aura suddenly emerged from the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Countless laws danced in the sky, turning into dragons. It's over. A true sage has revived. The expressions of the Yi family patriarch, Queen Mother of the West, Li Xuanxian, and the others completely changed. Although the previous 3 primordial kings were extremely terrifying, they didn't use any laws at all. They knew that these primordial kings weren't sages, but extremely terrifying invincible kings. Chapter 2776. Needless to say, a saint from the nest of 10,000 dragons was about to awaken. Then, they were definitely in danger. It's over. Are we all going to die here? The young disciples screamed, and the saints' faces turned pale. Even the sacred leaders and sect masters had died, let alone them. They were only at the periphery of the battle and had not been affected. If the ancient creatures noticed them, they would not be able to resist. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He asked, "Ruffian dragon, is there any other way?" The dark red dragon shook its head. No. Unless we can break into the nest of 10,000 dragons and spread the news so that the saints outside can take action. But we can't do that at all. Not to mention us, even those sacred leaders and sect masters can't send the news out even with such powerful artifacts. I'm afraid we're really done for this time. But don't worry, kid. I can save your life no matter what. The dark red dragon's eyes lit up as it said this. No matter what, I'm still a dragon. You have the great dragon sword soul. The 2 of us can use our dragon blood and dragon might to communicate with them. We can probably survive. As for the others, they're probably going to die here. What? They're all going to die here. Lin Xian was shocked. Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others behind him were even more stunned. Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the other great sex people were also pale, without a trace of blood. No way. Lin Xian's expression was also ugly. Although not all of the sacred leaders and sect masters had come this time, at least half of them had come. If these people were to fall here, it would truly be a shocking event. Other than during the ancient times of war, there had never been a time like this where half of the sacred leaders and sect masters had died. Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons is so terrifying? It hasn't even appeared, but it can already kill so many powerhouses. If it really came to the outside world, what kind of storm would it cause? I was too careless this time. The dark red dragon's expression was also ugly. They originally thought that this was the burial ground of dragons. Even if it was dangerous, they were already dead. So what if he was strong? However, to their surprise, those dragons were not dead at all. Instead, they were merely sleeping. Now, they were resurrected one by one. How were they supposed to fight? Even if a saint were to come, it would not be enough. No, I can't do this. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Lin Xian shook his head. He had to think of a way to spread the news. It was too dangerous. Although the dark red divine dragon said that they might survive, it was only a possibility. The 2 of them weren't from the nest of 10,000 dragons at all, especially him. He was just a human, and he had endless secrets. How could these powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons let him off? Moreover, there was also the safety of Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. Therefore, Lin Xian did not intend to sit still and wait for death. He had to think of a way. What could he do? The dark red dragon shook its head. There's nothing we can do about it. None of our trump cards will work. Even our holy weapons won't work, let alone anything else. That might not necessarily be the case. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Don't forget what I have. Are you saying that you want to use that thing? Impossible. Although that thing is powerful, your current strength is too weak. Moreover, this thing needs strength to revive. If you were a saint, it might be possible. But now, it's impossible. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. He naturally knew what Lin Xian was talking about. What Lin Xian was talking about was naturally the great dragon sword soul in his body. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique with terrifying attack power. However, it had already lost too much power. Although Lin Xian had revived so much, it was still not enough. It was impossible to break through the nest of 10,000 dragons. What if it's not my own power? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light. There were so many Tao of dragon auras here, and so many powerhouses working together to stimulate the great dragon sword soul. They could definitely break through the nest of 10,000 dragons. As long as the nest of 10,000 dragons was broken, the people outside would definitely sense the information here. At that time, we would be saved. Otherwise, we would all die here. Kid, think about it carefully. If you do this, you will undoubtedly expose your secret. The dark red divine dragon stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "It's nothing, not for anything else, but for ourselves, for Qingqing, for Qiu, so be it. Alright, I can only give it a try." Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left the black earth. They appeared outside again. Seeing Lin Xian come out, Yi Wudao, Wuchen, the Alcade Saint, and the others were puzzled. What was going on? What was Lin Xian going to do? Just as they were about to ask, they saw Lin Xian walking forward. The nine-yang divine body bloomed with light, resisting the terrifying air waves. At the same time, he gathered his strength and let out a loud voice. "Everyone, help me, I have a way to break through the nest of 10,000 dragons." His voice was like thunder, spreading clearly in all directions. What? Nearby, Yi Wudao, Wuchen, the Alcade Saint, the Prince of Great Xia, and the other saints were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe what Lin Xian said. The Alcade Saint's face darkened and he snorted coldly. What kind of joke was this? So many saint lords and sect masters couldn't do anything, how could you? However, Lin Xian ignored him and transmitted his voice again. In front, the saint lords and sect masters who were fighting with the archaic king also heard this voice. They also frowned, and their faces were solemn. What was this Lin Xian doing? Although the other party was the master of Immortal Palace, at this juncture, the other party was too weak. Did he want to show off? He was too inexperienced. Li Xuanxian, the Great Protector, and the other powerhouses of Immortal Palace changed their expressions. Could it be that the Palace Master had a way? I don't know. The Great Protector shook his head, but with my understanding of the Palace Master, he wouldn't say anything. The Palace Master wouldn't speak out of thin air. Although everything he did was unimaginable, it was all successful in the end. Hearing this, Li Xuanxian was surprised. He nodded. Alright, then I'll believe in the Palace Master. All powerhouses of Immortal Palace, follow me back and assist the Palace Master. With an order, all of Immortal Palace's powerhouses flew back and began to leave the battle. They gathered towards Lin Xian. Damn it, were the people of Immortal Palace trying to escape? When the other Holy Land sects saw this scene, they were all furious. The Queen Mother, the Yi family's patriarch, the Gu family's patriarch, the Emperor of Great Xia, and the others looked at each other, their eyes flickering. What should they do? Palace Master Ling was a mysterious person. Perhaps he really had a way. The Queen Mother said in a deep voice. Indeed, young geniuses have endless secrets on them. Even I can't see through them. Perhaps he really has a way. These Saint Lords quickly transmitted their voices. At the same time, they also retreated frantically. Chapter 2777. What? Seeing this scene, the other sacred leaders and sect masters were all stunned. The supreme elders were also at a loss. What was going on? Could it be that the Queen Mother, the Yi family's patriarch, and the others really had to believe that Lin Xian? He was just a brat. Even if he was conferred the title of Middle Emperor, he was only of the younger generation. In such a war, the other party probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single energy shockwave. What was there to talk about? Not to mention breaking into the nest of 10,000 dragons. Therefore, these sacred leaders and sect masters didn't believe it at all. Behind them, the saints and geniuses were also discussing. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He discovered that Li Xuanxian had arrived with the people from the Immortal Palace. The Queen Mother, the Yi family's patriarch, and the others also gathered here. As long as the sacred leaders believed in him, it would be fine. He believed that these people would definitely do their best to help him in the end. Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the other powerhouses descended and protected Lin Xian. At the same time, Li Xuanxian asked. Hall Master, what can we do? Elderly, Chief Guardian, I'm going to take out my trump card. You must protect me well. Lin Xian smiled and shrugged. Hearing this, the eyes of Li Xuanxian, the Chief Guardian, and the others lit up. As expected, their Hall Master still had a trump card. Li Xuanxian said. Don't worry, Hall Master. With us here, we definitely won't let anyone hurt you. Hopefully. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. He knew that he might be fine now, but what about in the future? After he went out, he would probably be in danger. After all, he was using the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Moreover, he was doing it in front of so many sacred leaders and living fossils. As long as one person discovered the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he would probably be targeted by countless powerhouses in the future. However, Lin Xian couldn't care less. Putting aside whether he wanted the lives of those sacred leaders and sect masters, he was doing this to save himself. Therefore, he had to give it his all. He would talk about the future in the future. Moreover, he guessed that after the revival of the nest of 10,000 dragons this time, the continent wouldn't be too peaceful in the future. Winds and clouds would surge, and perhaps a world-shaking battle would break out. At that time, it was hard to say if the sacred leaders and sect masters would care about him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. With a wave of his hands, the Great Dragon Sword Soul rushed out of his body. Buzz the Great Dragon Sword Soul transformed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him, exuding a mysterious aura. What is this? Li Xuanxian, Great Protector, and Immortal Palace's unmatched experts were all shocked. They fixed their eyes on the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Leaf Dao Denier, the Grand Xia Crown Prince, the Alcade Sage Sun, and the others all felt their eyelids twitch. Their faces were also filled with shock as they watched. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on the Great Dragon Sword Spirit. What was that? This wasn't the first time Lin Xian had used this sword shadow. They discussed animatedly. They had seen the dragon-shaped sword shadow before, but it was their first time seeing it at such a close distance. The green dragon-shaped sword shadow floated in the void. The dragon head and sword body were lifelike, and it carried a terrifying pressure. It was like a giant dragon. Especially Li Xuanxian and the others, they were extremely shocked. They felt as if this was a sleeping giant dragon that possessed endless energy. Once it fully erupted, it would kill them all. This sense of crisis was even more terrifying than when they faced the purple archaic king. What was that? They raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he urged the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded, and the great dragon sword soul erupted, turning into a giant dragon shadow that rushed into the sky. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul crazily absorbed the surrounding dragon aura, and a terrifying power erupted, sweeping in all directions. What a terrifying aura! These people were terrified. This aura was too sharp, and it surprised Yi Wudao, the All-Cade Sage, and the others. Even Li Xuanxian, the Great Guardian, and the others frowned. One had to know that Lin Xian was only a peerless almighty, but he could actually threaten them. It was too shocking. How many levels did he have to jump to be able to do that? He was definitely a peerless genius, and he really had the bearing of a young great emperor. This scene also attracted the attention of the sacred leaders and sect masters. However, those sacred leaders and sect masters frowned. Lin Xian was indeed impressive, but with his current strength, how could he possibly break through the nest of 10,000 dragons? What a fool's dream. They sneered disdainfully because this power couldn't compare to the sacred weapons in their hands. But even they couldn't break through the nest of 10,000 dragons with their sacred weapons. Li Xuanxian, the Great Guardian, and the others naturally knew this, so these invincible kings all looked at Lin Xian with doubt. Lin Xian said to them, "Everyone, attack and inject your power into the dragon sword soul." So that's how it works. Everyone was shocked, but Li Xuanxian and the others were extremely puzzled. They had used this method before, and that was to activate the sacred weapons in their hands together. For example, the clear sky seal in their hands was activated by a group of invincible kings. Could it be that the potential of the dragon sword soul was even more terrifying than a sacred weapon? They didn't know, but they still did as they were told. These invincible kings all unleashed their power and infused it into the dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of them. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. "Ruffian dragon, you should attack as well." At the same time, the dark red dragon, Shen Jingqiu, Murong Qingqing, Peacock, and the Immortal Palace's Jade Lake Xixia all attacked. Lin Xian turned his head and looked around. Brother Yi, the princes of the Grand Xia, attacked together. If you want to live, attack with all your strength. Otherwise, everyone will die here. Hearing this, the holy sons and chosen's expressions turned ugly. However, they still decided to give it a try. Because Yi Wudao and the others had already attacked, the remaining people also attacked. All of a sudden, these young disciples released their own power and poured it into the great dragon sword soul. With so many people's power, the dragon sword soul became even more powerful. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The primordial creatures and the 3 primordial kings all frowned. They didn't attack again, but looked behind them in shock. What is that? Dragon! The primordial creatures cried out in alarm. They were all speaking in the primordial language. Although the sacred leaders and sect leaders couldn't understand it, they could still deduce it based on the fluctuations of their souls. The eyes of the 3 Archean kings flickered as they stared at the sword shadow in the distance with piercing cold light bursting from their eyes. They roared and wanted to charge over. Stop them! The Yi family's patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others roared. They quickly attacked and stopped the 3 primordial kings. Chapter 2778. What exactly is that kid's weapon? The other sacred leaders, sect masters, and elders were also extremely shocked. To be able to make a primordial king so irritable and uneasy, the weapon in the other party's hand must be very terrifying. Could it be even more terrifying than a sage's weapon? These people did not know. However, they still sent out waves of energy and poured it into the sword. The dragon sword soul's power also suddenly erupted when it received the energy. After all, it was originally an offensive saint technique, but it required a huge amount of energy. Now that it had so much energy to provide, its power also increased exponentially. Soon, it reached the level of a sacred weapon. Waves of sharp sword chi made everyone tremble. The power of this sword's shadow was actually not weaker than a sacred weapon. What exactly is it? Could it be a sacred weapon too? These people were extremely shocked. No, why do I feel that it has surpassed a sacred weapon? Heavens, what exactly is this? As more and more sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders poured their energy into the dragon sword soul, the dragon sword soul became even more dazzling. The great dragon sword soul emitted an even brighter light. At this moment, it was truly like a peerless divine sword. It could destroy everything. The bodies of those primordial creatures trembled, and they could not help but want to kneel down. This was because the peerless sword's shadow in front of them, in addition to its terrifying aura, also emitted an extremely heavy dragon's might. This dragon's might made the three primordial kings' expressions change. Their bodies bloomed with light as they tried their best to resist. Buzz Lin Xian controlled the dragon sword soul and slashed out. Between heaven and earth, a sword light slashed forward. With a bang, a primordial king was sent flying. Bang! The primordial king was split in half, and blood flowed wildly, dyeing the sky red. Heavens! This scene made everyone exclaim. The sacred leaders and sect masters also felt their scalps go numb in shock. They had fought for so long, but they had not seriously injured a primordial king. The other party only swung a sword shadow and directly split a primordial king's body in half. This method was heaven-defying. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Is this kid still human? Why do I feel that his trump card is more powerful than ours? Damn it, is he really just a young man? These people are crazy. Which one of these patriarchs had not lived for countless years and experienced countless battles? What kind of genius had they not seen before? However, at that moment, they looked at Lin Xian with disbelief. Could it be that this kid really had the disposition of a great emperor? Perhaps even a young great emperor was only at this level. What exactly was this dragon shadow? These people discussed animatedly. Of course, they didn't forget to continue pouring in energy. That was because they could tell that the great dragon sword soul required an enormous amount of energy. Ah, roar! These sacred leaders and sect masters had underestimated the great dragon sword soul. The archaic creature in front of him roared crazily. Its body fell down without healing. The other two Archean kings also roared, shaking the clouds in the sky. One of their companions, an archaic king, was killed by a single sword strike. Even his soul had been shattered. There was no way he could be revived. The astonishment caused by this scene was no less than the uproar caused by the death of sacred ruler 10,000 Lightning. These ancient lifeforms had all gone mad. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? Not to mention these archaic kings and ancient lifeforms, even the sacred leaders, sect masters, and elders on the human side were stunned. Their minds were a little blank. Chapter 2779. Not enough, the power is still not enough. I have to quickly input more. Don't hold anything back. Lin Xian shouted once more. He knew that these sacred leaders and sect masters weren't pouring in 100% of their power. That was indeed the case. These sacred masters and sect masters were all holding back. Lin Xian floated in the air. Even though he was young, he was like an unparalleled king that circled the area. Everyone, could it be that you really want to die here? If he opened the nest of 10,000 dragons, everyone would have a way out. Otherwise, they would all be buried together. This time, he didn't hold back. Even when facing these sacred leaders and sect masters, his voice was still cold. Hearing those words, the expressions of the sacred leaders and sect masters turned gloomy. When had they ever been lectured by a member of the younger generation in such a manner? However, what he said was indeed the truth. The Yi clan's clan master took a deep breath. Shi Wangmu nodded. The others did the same. Then, let's go all out. Boom! Boom! Light blossomed from the bodies of these sacred leaders and sect masters as they erupted with power once again. However, at this moment, a hole appeared in the distant sky, and dozens of divine lights flew over, directly killing some of the elders. Not good, they're attacking. Damn it, quickly input energy. The faces of the sacred lords changed. They didn't dare to delay any longer. They madly poured their energy into the dragon's shadow. This was because they realized that the saint's aura in the distance was getting stronger and stronger. Clearly, the far ancient royal saint was about to awaken. If he really did awaken, even if they had the dragon-shaped sword shadow, it would be difficult for them to resist. After all, a true saint was an existence that transcended the heavens and earth. Boom! Boom! The sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders were pouring energy into Yang Qi like crazy. The great dragon sword spirit erupted once again. This time, its power rose rapidly. Lin Xian found it difficult to swing it, but he still roared and swung it with all his might. At this moment, he seemed to have become one with the great dragon sword. With a swing of his sword, all the god-sequence chains in the sky were sent flying. At the same time, he slashed at the peerless political law in the sky again. Today's shocking collision was accompanied by world-destroying divine light. This time, even the exceptional formation began to tremble, and cracks began to appear on it. Streaks of light burst forth one after another. This was great, the exceptional formation was broken. One more strike, and he would be able to break through. The sacred leaders and sect masters cried out crazily. The young disciples also cried out in alarm. This is great. As long as they could break it open, the experts outside would be able to come in. Then, they would be able to leave alive. Many people were moved to tears. In the distance, an even more terrifying creature appeared, erupting like a volcano. The entire sky trembled as it was enveloped by a fiery red light. Not good, that saint has probably already walked out of the frozen divine crystal. One of the Yaoguang's sacred land supreme elders' expression changed. But the expressions of these holy lords and grand elders changed drastically. This was because a figure had appeared in the void above. It was an indifferent person. This person had dragon scales on his body, and divine chains of laws surrounded him. He was like an immortal king, looking down on the common people. That aura caused everyone to tremble. The young disciples immediately knelt on the ground, unable to raise their heads. Even the elders were trembling in fear. Not good. Those sacred lords activated their sacred weapons with all their might to resist this pressure. A sage, he was a sage. A saint was looking down at them. Was he really going to die here today? Damn it, he was so close. He was so close to being able to split open the nest of 10,000 dragons. These people's faces were filled with despair. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and his face turned pale without a trace of blood. A saint, this was a true saint. Even if he was staring at them, these people felt as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. Their entire bodies tensed up, and they couldn't move at all. So what if he was a saint? Kill! Lin Xian roared angrily. He waved his sword and quickly charged over. The great dragon sword soul roared. It drew a terrifying dragon in the sky and slashed forward. When the saint in the sky saw this scene, he snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. A huge palm that blotted out the sky grabbed forward as if it wanted to capture the great dragon sword soul. With a swoosh, it grabbed the great dragon sword soul. Like an immortal rope, it directly enveloped the great dragon sword soul. Great, he caught it. The primordial creatures cheered wildly. The primordial kings also sneered. They actually dared to fight against their saint. They really didn't know what was good for them. It's over. Have they been subdued? On the side of the human race, the faces of the saint lords and elders turned pale. Their faces were filled with despair. Some even wanted to risk their lives and use their saint weapons again. But at this moment, there was a change in front. A huge crack appeared in the sky. The terrifying palm suddenly collapsed. A dragon's roar sounded, and a terrifying sword light soared into the sky. It was slashed open. The great dragon sword soul was incomparably powerful. It slashed open the saint's palm. The huge palm in the sky turned into dragon energy and dissipated into thin air. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The Taiga kings were stunned. The human saint lords and sect masters were also in disbelief. This sword soul was too terrifying. Although it had gathered the power of all of them, it was still able to contend against the saint's nomological laws. It was really surprising. I'll definitely be able to break through the 10,000 dragon suppression. Lin Xian roared. The saint lords and sect masters crazily poured their power into the sword soul. The sword soul continued to erupt, turning into countless dragon shadows that soared into the sky. With a boom, this time, he directly smashed into the Peerless Array formation and broke it. Endless mountains rose and rolled in the Qinling Mountains. Many people in the surroundings gathered here. They knew that this was the nest of 10,000 dragons. These people continued to rush over. Of course, there were also cultivators from the great sects guarding this place to prevent anyone from destroying it. Suddenly, the entire Qinling Mountains trembled violently. The dragon veins within 1,000,000 miles rumbled. The endless mountains split open, the trees collapsed, and a terrifying crack appeared on the ground. The clouds in the sky were scattered. What was going on? What happened? Stop! The expressions of the cultivators from the great sects changed. Damn it, could it be that some shocking change had happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons? They soared into the sky. The surrounding cultivators who had rushed over were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They retreated one after another. Just as they left, there was a loud roar. The ground split open, and a dragon vein was severed. A sword light shot out from the ground, turning into a huge dragon that roared in all directions. At this moment, everyone within a radius of millions of miles was sensed. After this dragon shadow, roars sounded one after another, turning into rolling thunderclouds that rushed into the sky and spread in all directions. Immediately after, everyone saw countless lights flickering in the huge crack, turning into Dao doors and spaces. They spread out in all directions. This was the aura of the great sections. Damn it, what exactly happened to the 10,000 dragons' annihilation? It actually made these great sects start to call for help. That's right, this dragon's shadow was the great dragon sword soul. This time, Lin Xian controlled the great dragon sword soul and finally pierced through the sky. He poked a hole in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Those great sects immediately sent out distress signals. However, their faces were incomparably pale. Because the saint in the nest of 10,000 dragons had made his move again. Another palm stretched out, covering the sky and the earth. There were terrifying divine chains of order between the palm that pierced through the void. These were the laws of heaven and earth. In an instant, the void around them was frozen. They couldn't move, and their faces were filled with fear. Only Lin Xian and the great sects with holy weapons could still resist. The others were all trembling. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.